Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've debated posting this for years. Every time I think about it, my hands shake so badly I can barely type. But after seeing someone else's post about their unexplained encounter in West Virginia, I feel like I need to finally share what happened to me. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I grew up in Point Pleasant. It's a small town in West Virginia, the kind where everyone knows everyone else's business. Back in the 60s, I was just a teenager. 16 years old in 1966. I'm in my 70s now, but what happened that winter still haunts me. I've never been able to explain it, and honestly, I've never tried to tell the full story until now. It was November 15th, 1966. That date is burned into my memory. My parents were out of town visiting my sick aunt, so I was home alone. I remember it was unusually cold that night. I was supposed to be studying for a math test, but I'd gotten bored and decided to take a drive instead. My dad had left me his old Chevy, strictly for emergencies, but what teenager listens to those kinds of restrictions? I ended up driving out toward the old TNT plant. It was this abandoned munitions facility from World War II, with these massive concrete domes scattered throughout the woods where they used to store explosives. Everyone called it the TNT area. It was a popular spot for teenagers to hang out, drink beer, and scare themselves silly with ghost stories. That night, though, I wasn't meeting anyone. I just wanted to drive. The road out there was dark, no streetlights, just woods on both sides. I had the radio playing quietly, some Beatles song, I think. It was around 8 o'clock, and there wasn't another car in sight. I remember feeling peaceful, relaxed even. Then my headlights caught something on the road ahead. At first I thought it was a person standing in the middle of the road. I slowed down, annoyed that someone would be stupid enough to stand there in the dark. But as I got closer, I realized whatever was standing there was much too tall to be a normal person. And it wasn't exactly standing on the road. It seemed to be hovering slightly above it. My heart started pounding. I slowed the car even more, squinting to make out what I was seeing. That's when it turned toward me. The headlights illuminated it fully, and I immediately felt sick to my stomach. It was at least 7 feet tall, maybe taller, with a human-like body, but massively broad shoulders. It had no distinct head that I could see, just these two enormous glowing red eyes set directly into its shoulders. They weren't just red, they were like burning coals, giving off their own light. But what made me nearly lose control of the car were the wings. They were folded behind its back, but even folded they stretched outward at least 10 feet on each side. They weren't feathered like bird wings. They were more like bat wings, leathery and black. I froze. My foot hovered over the brake pedal, unable to decide whether to stop or floor it. Those eyes, they seemed to lock onto mine, even through the windshield. I felt paralyzed, like my whole body was suddenly heavy and useless. Then it moved, not toward me, thank God, but upward. Those massive wings extended fully. They must have spanned 20 feet tip to tip. And with one powerful motion, it rose into the air. It made absolutely no sound, no flapping, no whooshing of air, nothing. Just silent, impossible movement. I remember hitting the gas pedal so hard my tires squealed. My hands were shaking violently on the steering wheel as I tore down that dark road, constantly checking my rearview mirror, and that's when I saw it again. It was following me. Not just following, it was keeping pace with my car. I pushed the speedometer to 70, then 80, then nearly 100 miles per hour on that winding country road, and it stayed right with me. Sometimes off to the side, sometimes directly behind me, but always. Those glowing red eyes visible in my mirror. I've never been so terrified in my life. I was crying, praying, screaming, anything to make it stop. At one point, I thought it was gone, but then it swooped down directly in front of the car. I swerved violently, nearly going into the ditch. Somehow I kept control and kept driving. It chased me all the way back to the main road where there were finally other cars. As soon as I hit that lit intersection, it veered off into the darkness and disappeared. I was hyperventilating so badly I had to pull over. A couple stopped to help me, thinking I'd been in an accident. I couldn't even speak coherently. When I finally got home, I locked every door and window and sat up all night with all the lights on. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Who would believe me? But the next day at school, I overheard Roger Scarlett and Linda Malloy talking in hushed voices about something they'd seen the previous night near the TNT area. My blood ran cold when I heard Roger describe those red eyes. Over the next few days, more stories started circulating. Other people had seen it too. They were calling it the Birdman or the Batman at first, but soon everyone was referring to it as the Mothman. The local newspaper even ran a small story about the sightings. I still kept quiet about my experience. My parents came home, and life went on, but I couldn't forget what I'd seen. I stopped going out at night. I refused to drive anywhere alone. My parents thought I was just going through some teenage phase. About a week after my encounter, our phone rang in the middle of the night. My dad answered it, but no one spoke on the other end. Just this weird static sound and what seemed like whispering buried under the noise. It happened again the next night, and the night after that, always around 3 in the morning. After the fourth call, my dad had the number changed. But the calls weren't the strangest thing. 2 men showed up at our house. One afternoon in early December, I was home from school with a cold, and my mum was at the grocery store. They wore identical black suits, white shirts, and thin black ties. Their cars, also identical black sedans, were parked perfectly parallel at the curb. When I answered the door, they asked to come in with the strangest, most monotone voices I'd ever heard. Almost like they were reading from a script they didn't understand. I told them my parents weren't home and they couldn't come in. "We know what you saw on November 15th, one of them said. He had this odd, artificial smile that never reached his eyes. His skin looked almost waxy, unnatural. "We advise you not to speak about it," said the other one, "for your safety and the safety of your family." They didn't threaten me outright, but something about them terrified me more than almost anything else in this whole ordeal. I closed the door and watched through the window as they got into their cars and drove away in perfect synchronization. I never told my parents about them either. The sightings continued all around Point Pleasant. People reported seeing strange lights in the sky. Animals were found mutilated in the surrounding farms. There was this feeling of dread hanging over the whole town, like we were all waiting for something terrible to happen. And then it did. December 15th, 1967. Almost exactly a year after the first sightings. I was in the local diner with some friends after school. It was around 5 in the evening, rush hour. The Silver Bridge connected our town to Ohio across the Ohio River, and it was packed with commuter traffic. We heard it before we saw anything, this horrible groaning sound, like metal being twisted beyond its breaking point. Then screams. We ran outside just in time to see the bridge collapse. Cars, people, everything just falling into the freezing river below. 46 people died that day. People I knew, Mrs. Henderson, who taught 3rd grade, the Wilsons and their 2 kids, Mr. Parker, who ran the hardware store, gone just like that. The official explanation was structural failure. One of the suspension chains had a single defective link that finally gave way under the weight of rush hour traffic. But many of us in Point Pleasant knew there was more to it than that, because after the bridge collapsed, the sightings stopped. Completely. No more Mothman, no more strange lights, no more mysterious phone calls or men in black. It was like whatever had been haunting our town had accomplished its purpose. Some said the Mothman had been trying to warn us. Others believed it caused the disaster somehow. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what I saw, and that for a year our town was touched by something beyond explanation. I left Point Pleasant after high school and never moved back. I couldn't. Too many memories, too much pain. I've spent decades trying to make sense of what happened. Was it mass hysteria, some kind of shared delusion, or something truly supernatural? I still have nightmares about those glowing red eyes. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, certain that if I look out my window, I'll see that winged silhouette against the night sky. I keep the curtains closed, just in case. The Mothman has become something of a tourist attraction for Point Pleasant now. They have a statue, a museum, even an annual festival. People treat it like folklore, a quaint local legend. They don't understand. They weren't there. I've never gone back for the festival. I can't bring myself to celebrate something that still makes my hands shake when I think about it. Something that might have been trying to warn us about a tragedy, or might have caused it. I'm not sure why I'm sharing this now, after all these years. Maybe it's because I'm getting older, and I want someone to know the truth before I'm gone. Maybe it's because I keep hearing about similar sightings in other places before disasters strike. Or maybe it's because last night, for the first time in decades, my phone rang at exactly 3 in the morning. When I answered, there was nothing but static and that same faint whispering I remember from all those years ago. I'm afraid to turn on the news tomorrow. Story 2. I've been hesitating to share this for years. Even typing it out now, my hands feel clammy and that familiar knot is back in my stomach. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This happened about 5 years ago when I moved to Montreal for work. I'd found what seemed like a decent 3-story apartment building in an older neighborhood, not fancy but affordable, which was all I needed at the time. The rent was surprisingly reasonable for the area, something I should have questioned more. I moved in during October. The first few nights were normal, just the usual adjustment period in a new place, getting used to different creaks and sounds. By the second week, I had settled into a routine and was sleeping soundly. Then it started. I woke up suddenly at 3 in the morning, not gradually, not drifting awake. It was like someone had snapped their fingers next to my ear. I was instantly alert, heart racing. There was a distinct thumping noise coming from above my bedroom. At first I thought maybe someone had dropped something, but then it continued. Thump, drag, like someone moving furniture. Then I heard the voice. It was deep and raspy, almost like someone who'd smoked for decades. A man's voice, no question about it. He was talking? No, more like exclaiming. I couldn't make out most of what he was saying, but every few seconds he'd loudly exclaim, "Ew!" with such disgust it made my skin crawl. It sounded like he was having a conversation, but I could only hear one side of it. I lay there frozen, listening to this go on for about 20 minutes before it suddenly stopped. The silence afterward was almost worse. The next morning, I convinced myself it was just a weird dream, or maybe the neighbor had a late-night visitor. I went to work tired, but otherwise okay. The second night, it happened again, exactly at 3 a.m. I know because I checked my phone the moment I woke up. The same thumping, the same raspy voice, the same disgusted "edu" exclamations. This time, I was certain I wasn't dreaming. By the 5th consecutive night, I was a wreck. I wasn't getting proper sleep, and the consistency of it was starting to freak me out. Always at exactly 3 a.m., always the same pattern, always lasting about 20 minutes. I decided to talk to my landlord. He was an older guy named Maurice, who lived on the first floor and managed the building. When I explained the situation, his expression changed in a way that made my stomach drop. "The apartment above you?" he asked, furrowing his brow. "That's Madame Boucher's apartment. She lives alone. Elderly lady, maybe 75, been here 20 years. "But I'm hearing a man's voice," I insisted, "every night at 3 a.m., moving furniture around and talking." Maurice shook his head. No men live in that apartment, just Madame Boucher, and well, she keeps to herself. The way he hesitated made me uncomfortable, but before I could press him further, he changed the subject and asked if there were any maintenance issues he needed to address. I left feeling more unsettled than before. That evening, I was coming home from picking up groceries when I finally saw her, Madame Boucher. She was slowly dragging herself up the stairs, one painful step at a time. She was thin to the point of gauntness, with wispy white hair that looked like it hadn't been properly washed or combed in weeks. She wore a faded housecoat that hung off her frame. What really got to me, though, was when she turned and saw me watching her. She stopped completely still and just stared. Her eyes were unnaturally wide, unblinking, and fixed directly on me. Not in a threatening way, but in a manner that suggested she was looking through me rather than at me. I managed a weak bonjour, one of the few French words I knew, but she didn't respond. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 10 seconds, she continued her laborious climb up the stairs. That night I tried earplugs. They didn't help. The thumping was so pronounced I could feel it through my mattress, and somehow the voice penetrated through the foam. "Idiot, that's not right!" the voice exclaimed with such vehemence that I yanked the earplugs out, somehow more disturbed by the muffled version than hearing it clearly. I started methodically interviewing my other neighbors, trying to figure out if anyone else heard the noises. The construction worker who lived next door to me worked night shifts and was never home during the disturbances. The young couple across the hall looked at me like I was crazy when I described what I was hearing. "Maybe it's the pipes," the girlfriend suggested kindly. "This building is pretty old." But I knew it wasn't pipes. Pipes don't say EW with such visceral disgust. After a week of this, I was desperate enough to confront Madame Boucher directly. I waited until the afternoon, figuring that was a reasonable time to knock on someone's door. It took a long time for her to answer, so long that I nearly walked away thinking she wasn't home. But then I heard shuffling on the other side, and the door opened just a few inches. The apartment behind her was pitch black, not dimly lit, completely dark, with all curtains drawn despite it being the middle of the day. The smell that wafted out was a mixture of mustiness and something else I couldn't identify. Not exactly unpleasant, but strange, like dried herbs and candle wax. "Excuse me, Madame Boucher," I started, forcing a smile. "I'm Daniel from downstairs. I wanted to ask if you've been hearing any strange noises at night, maybe around 3 in the morning?" She stared at me with those same unblinking eyes. After an uncomfortable pause, she responded in French, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't understand a word, but her tone seemed dismissive rather than confused. Before I could try to explain further, she slowly closed the door. I went back to Maurice that evening, more frustrated than ever. This time, he invited me into his apartment and offered me a cup of coffee. I think he could tell I was at my breaking point. "Look," he said, after I'd explained my failed attempt to talk with Madame Boucher. "There are some things about this building, about the tenants, that are complicated." He took a deep breath before continuing. "Madame Boucher has been here longer than I have. The previous owner told me about her when I bought the building 15 years ago. She never uses lights in her apartment, not once in all the years I've known her. When I've had to go in for maintenance, it's always the same. The entire place is covered in religious items, crosses, pictures of saints, Bible verses written on paper and taped to the walls." I must have looked shocked because he nodded grimly. "The strangest thing, though, her bedroom. She has a perfectly good bed, but she doesn't sleep in it. She sleeps on the floor beside it. When I asked her why once, she said the bed was for Jesus." A chill ran through me. "Has she ever mentioned hearing noises, or a man's voice?" Maurice shook his head. "She barely speaks to anyone, just pays her rent on time, always in cash. The few times I've had to interact with her for building issues, she seems afraid. Not of me specifically, but like she's constantly on edge. And no one else has ever complained about noises from her apartment? Never. Not once. I left Maurice's apartment with more questions than answers. That night I decided to record the sounds. When I woke at precisely 3 a.m. to the now familiar thumping, I grabbed my phone and started recording. The thumping was clearly audible on the recording, as was the raspy voice with its distinctive EW exclamations. What I hadn't noticed before, but could now hear clearly through my phone's microphone, was that between exclamations, the voice seemed to be reciting something. Not quite prayers, but repetitive phrases I couldn't make out. The next day, I tried playing the recording for Maurice. His face went pale as he listened. "That's not coming from upstairs," he said finally. "That's coming from somewhere else." "What do you mean?" "I can hear it right above my bedroom ceiling." He shook his head. "Daniel, Madame Boucher's apartment doesn't extend over your bedroom. The layout doesn't match. Your bedroom is under a storage area that nobody uses. It's been locked for years." I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. "That's impossible. The sound is clearly coming from above me." Maurice refused to discuss it further. He just handed back my phone and said, "Some things in old buildings don't have explanations. My advice? Find a new apartment when your lease is up." That night, the noises were worse than ever. The thumping was so violent I could see my ceiling light fixture swaying slightly. The voice was louder too, almost shouting its disgusted "eeeew" and mumbling what now sounded distinctly like arguments with someone I couldn't hear. I couldn't take it anymore. At 3:15 a.m., I grabbed a broom and banged it against my ceiling, shouting, "Shut up!" Everything went silent immediately. The thumping stopped. The voice disappeared. For about 30 seconds, there was blessed silence. Then something knocked back. 3 deliberate knocks, directly above where I stood. I dropped the broom and backed away from that spot. My entire body was covered in goosebumps, and I swear the temperature in my bedroom dropped several degrees. The knocking continued, not random thumps now, but deliberate slow knocks that seemed to be moving across my ceiling, following me as I backed toward my bedroom door. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks, pause, each set getting louder. I ran out of my apartment and spent the rest of the night in my car. The next day, I told Maurice I was breaking my lease. He didn't argue, didn't even ask for an explanation. He just nodded sadly and said, "I understand." As I was packing my things that afternoon, I saw Madame Boucher again. She was standing at the top of the stairs, watching me load boxes into my car. This time, when our eyes met, she spoke, in English, surprisingly. "He finds people who listen," she said, her voice creaky from disuse. "You listened. Now he knows you." Before I could respond, she retreated back to her darkened apartment. I was out by nightfall, sleeping on a friend's couch until I found a new place. I never went back to that building, never contacted Maurice or any of the other tenants again. I've moved twice since then, now living in a different city altogether, but sometimes, no matter where I am, I wake up at exactly 3 a.m. And for just a moment, in that space between sleep and wakefulness, I hear that raspy voice whisper "Ebu" right beside my ear. I still don't know what was happening in that apartment building. Was it the ghost of someone who once lived there? Was Madame Boucher aware of it, even tormented by it? Is that why she surrounded herself with religious protection? Or was there something else entirely going on, something I'll never understand? All I know is that whatever was in that building recognized me somehow. It knew I could hear it, and sometimes I'm terrified it followed me out. Story 3. I don't even know why I'm writing this. Maybe putting it down will help me make sense of it. Or maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. I've been dealing with this for almost a year now, and it's gotten to the point where I'm afraid to go to sleep at night. It started last December. I'd always been a vivid dreamer, but nothing like this. The first time it happened, I thought it was just an unusually realistic nightmare. I was walking down a street I knew perfectly, a narrow cobblestone road with old brick buildings and green shutters. There was this bakery on the corner with a blue door that I'd stop at every morning. I could smell the cardamom bread they made. I knew the owner's name was Lena. I knew her daughter was studying medicine. I knew all of this as clearly as I know my own name, even though I'd never been there before. In the dream, something felt wrong. The street was empty when it should have been busy with morning commuters. The bakery's lights were off. When I tried the door, it was locked. Then I heard footsteps behind me, and when I turned around, there was nothing there. Just darkness rushing toward me like a wave. I tried to run, but my feet wouldn't move. I knew I was dreaming and tried desperately to wake up, but instead of opening my eyes to my bedroom, I woke up into another dream. This time, I was in a library, again a place I recognized immediately. I knew which shelf contained my favorite books. I knew the librarian's cat was named Milo and that he liked to sleep in the history section. I knew the third step on the spiral staircase creaked, but something was wrong here too. Books were falling from shelves, pages were turning on their own, and that same darkness was seeping under the doors. I woke up 5 more times that night, each time into another place I somehow knew intimately, each time pursued by that same creeping darkness. When I finally actually woke up, I was exhausted, my heart racing, tears on my face. The worst part wasn't the fear, though. It was the disorientation. Those places felt more real, more familiar than my actual apartment. I got up and stumbled into my bathroom, and for a second, I was shocked that the sink was on the left instead of the right. But it had always been on the left, hadn't it? I brushed it off as just a weird night. Maybe I was stressed about work or something, but it happened again the next night, and the next. Each time I would move through places I somehow knew by heart, even though I'd never been there before. Not in this life, anyway. A cafe with mismatched chairs where I knew exactly which one was the most comfortable. An apartment with a crack in the ceiling that looked like a map of Italy. A beach where I knew exactly where to find the best shells. About a month in, things escalated. I had a dream where I was running from someone or something in a warehouse. I knew the layout, knew there was a loading dock door in the back that was usually unlocked. But when I got there, it was chained shut. I turned to find another way out when something hit me hard in the back of my head. The pain was excruciating and I woke up gasping. The pain didn't stop when I woke up. The exact spot where I'd been hit in the dream throbbed. I reached back and felt a lump, tender and swollen. There was no way I could have hit my head in my sleep. I sleep on a flat pillow in the middle of a queen-sized bed. Nothing around me could have caused that injury. That was when I started to get really scared. I tried everything to stop these dreams. I cut out caffeine. I tried sleeping pills, then stopped when they only trapped me in the dreams longer. I saw a sleep specialist who found nothing wrong. I even went to a psychiatrist who prescribed anti-anxiety medication that didn't help at all. One doctor suggested it might be false memory syndrome, but that doesn't explain why these false memories only appear in my dreams and why they're so consistent night after night. The dreams kept coming, and I started noticing patterns. The world I visit when I sleep is consistent. If I leave a book on a table in one dream, it's there the next time I return to that place. The people I meet remember our previous conversations. There's a cafe where the owner now greets me by name and starts making my usual when I walk in. It's like I'm living a second life when I close my eyes. 6 months in, I started dreading bedtime. Not because the dreams were always nightmares, many weren't scary at all, but because of how I felt when I woke up. Each morning, I'd open my eyes and feel this crushing sadness, like I'd been ripped away from home. My apartment, my job, my few friends here, they all started to feel like the dream, like I was sleepwalking through this life while my real life happened when I closed my eyes. The worst is when I catch myself looking for things that don't exist here. Last week I walked into a grocery store and headed straight for the dairy section, then stood there confused because they'd moved everything around. But they hadn't. I was looking for a specific brand of yogurt that exists in my dream world, but not here. I've caught myself dialing phone numbers that aren't real, looking for streets that don't exist, and referring to events that never happened, at least not in this reality. I've stopped making plans with people. What's the point when I feel like I'm just killing time until I can go back to my real life? I broke up with my boyfriend 3 months ago because it felt like I was cheating on someone else. Someone from that other place whose face I can picture perfectly, whose voice I can hear in my mind, but who doesn't exist here. How do you explain that to someone? Sorry, I'm in love with someone from my dreams. The hardest part is the constant feeling that I've forgotten something important. I'll be in the middle of a work meeting, and suddenly I'm overwhelmed with anxiety that I've missed an appointment or forgotten to do something crucial. But it's not about anything in this life. It's about obligations in that other place. Did I feed the cat I have there but not here? Did I forget to call my mother? Not my actual mother, but the woman who is my mother in that other reality? I've started keeping a journal of both worlds, trying to document everything to see if I can find some pattern or explanation. The other world has different technology, slightly more advanced in some ways, more rudimentary in others. The architecture is different. Even some of the social norms are different. In that world, people greet each other by touching palms. Meals are served with the dessert first. Little details that my mind couldn't possibly invent consistently, night after night. Last night was the worst yet. I was at home in that other world, a small house with a red door and a garden out back. I was making dinner when I heard someone at the door. When I answered, there was a woman standing there who looked exactly like me, except her hair was different, and she had a small scar above her right eyebrow that I don't have. "You're in my life," she said, not angrily, just matter-of-factly. "What do you mean?" I asked. "When you're here, I'm there," she said, pointing upward. "We're trading places. But this is my real life. You need to stop coming here." "But this feels like my real life too," I told her. She shook her head. "Only one of us belongs here." Then she reached out as if to touch my face, and I felt this electric shock run through my body. I woke up with a gasp, my whole body tingling. It took me almost an hour to convince myself I was really awake and not just in another layer of the dream. I haven't slept since then. It's been almost 24 hours. I'm exhausted, but I'm terrified of what will happen if I close my eyes. What if she's right? What if every time I dream, I'm taking over someone else's life? Or what if it's the opposite? What if that's my real life and this one is the dream? What if the real me is trapped there, trying to get back while I'm here living her life? I don't know what's happening to me. All I know is that I feel like I'm being torn between two worlds, and I'm losing my grip on both of them. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if I should just stay there next time, just refuse to wake up and see what happens. Would I eventually forget this life entirely? Would that be so bad? I'm writing this in a coffee shop because I'm afraid to be alone in my apartment. The barista just asked if I was okay, because apparently I've been staring at the same spot on the wall for 20 minutes. I don't know what to tell her. I don't know what to tell anyone. I just want to know which world is real, or if they both are, or if neither is. I'm so tired. My eyes keep closing. I'm fighting to stay awake, but I know I'll have to sleep eventually, and I'm afraid of who I'll be when I wake up. Story 4. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm 32, work in IT, and have always considered myself a rational person. But something happened in my house in Pinewood that I still can't explain, and it's been messing with my head for weeks now. I've lived in this modest 3-bedroom suburban home for about 4 years. Nothing special about it. Built in the 90s, standard layout with a living room and kitchen downstairs, bedrooms upstairs. I bought it because the neighborhood is quiet and safe. The most excitement we usually get is when someone's kid has a birthday party or when Mrs. Peterson's dog escapes her yard. I live alone, except for my cat, Charlie, a fat orange tabby who spends most of his time sleeping on my bed or begging for treats. It started about 2 months ago. I had fallen asleep watching some Netflix documentary around 11 at night. Something woke me up around 3 in the morning, that weird hour when the world feels empty. At first I couldn't figure out what had disturbed me. The house was dead quiet. Then I heard it, a distinct thump from downstairs, like furniture being bumped into. Then another sound, like something falling to the floor. My first thought was Charlie, but when I reached over, he wasn't on the bed. That wasn't unusual. He often wanders at night. I figured he was probably knocking stuff over downstairs. Still, something felt off. The sound was heavier than what my cat could make. It was more like the sound a person would make, bumping into something while trying to move quietly. I lay there frozen, listening. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I kept telling myself it was just Charlie, but deep down, I knew better. After about 10 minutes of terrified silence, I finally worked up the courage to check. I grabbed my phone as a flashlight and a baseball bat I keep under my bed. I crept down the stairs, sweating despite the cool air. Every creak of the floorboards made me flinch. When I finally reached the living room, everything looked normal. Nothing was out of place. I checked the kitchen, the bathroom, the spare room, all normal. All doors and windows were locked. I even checked inside closets and behind the shower curtain like some paranoid teenager in a horror movie. Charlie was sitting on the kitchen counter, looking at me like I was crazy. I felt ridiculous standing there in my boxers, clutching a baseball bat at 3:30 in the morning. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I kept listening for any sound, but the house remained silent. I almost convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe I'd dreamed the sounds, or maybe it was just the house settling. Old houses make noise, right? But then it happened again, just last week. This time, I woke up to the distinct sound of drawers opening and closing in my kitchen. It wasn't subtle. It was the unmistakable sound of someone rummaging through my stuff. I heard it twice, clear as day. Charlie was curled up next to me this time, so it definitely wasn't him. I lay there, paralyzed with fear, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. I don't know how long I stayed like that, barely breathing, straining to hear more. Eventually the noises stopped and the house fell silent again. I must have fallen back asleep at some point from pure exhaustion, but I woke up feeling like I hadn't slept at all. The next morning, I checked the kitchen. Nothing was disturbed, all the drawers were closed, nothing was missing. I checked the doors and windows, all locked from the inside. There was absolutely no sign that anyone had been in my house. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind, but it didn't stop there. That's when things got really weird. 3 nights ago, I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone around midnight when I started hearing odd noises from my closet doors. It wasn't loud, just a light scratching sound, like something was passing very close to them. I froze, staring at the closet. My room was completely empty except for my furniture. There was literally nothing that could be making that sound. The scratching continued, moving from one closet door to the other, as if something was dragging its fingers across the wood. Charlie noticed it too. He sat up, ears perked, staring intently at the closet. That's when I knew I wasn't imagining it. If my cat could hear it too, something was really there. I turned on my bedside lamp, and the sound immediately stopped. I got up and checked the closet, empty except for my clothes. I looked under the bed, behind the dresser, everywhere, nothing. I even went into the hallway to see if maybe the sound was coming from somewhere else in the house. But as soon as I got back to my room and turned off the light, the scratching started again. I barely slept that night, keeping the light on until dawn. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe mice in the walls or something. I made a mental note to call pest control in the morning. But what happened last night, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I can't explain it, and it's the reason I'm typing this out now, hoping someone might have answers. I went to bed around 10, exhausted from not sleeping well for days. My bed is positioned with the headboard against the wall, so when I sleep, the back of my head is right up against it. I was almost asleep when I felt it. Something quickly touched and caressed the upper part and back of my head. It wasn't like bumping against the pillow or the headboard. It was a deliberate touch, like fingers gently running through my hair. But the most terrifying part? There was no temperature to it. It wasn't warm like a human hand or cold like you'd expect a ghost to be. It was just there, a touch without temperature. I jerked upright, heart pounding, and turned on the light. There was nothing there. Absolutely nothing. The wall behind my bed is solid. There's no way anyone could have reached through it. Charlie was at the foot of the bed, now awake and staring at me with wide eyes. I didn't sleep at all after that. I sat up with all the lights on until morning, jumping at every little sound. I kept feeling like something was watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. This morning, I searched the entire house again. I moved furniture, checked vents, looked for any possible way someone could be getting in. Nothing. Everything was secure. I even went outside and checked the exterior walls around my bedroom, wondering if there could be some weird gap or hole I didn't know about. Nothing. I thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I heard some noises and felt something touch my head. They'd think I was crazy, or worse, they'd think I was wasting their time. I convinced myself I needed to be logical about this. Maybe it was stress. Maybe I was having some kind of sleep paralysis or hypnagogic hallucinations. I decided to try to get some rest during the day, thinking maybe I'd feel better after some sleep. That was a mistake. I dozed off around 4 in the afternoon. I don't know how long I was asleep, but when I woke up it was getting dark outside. That twilight hour when shadows start to play tricks on you. I was lying on my side facing my bedroom door, which was partially open to the hallway. That's when I saw it. Just beside the door frame, peering at me from the hallway, was the outline of a black head. Not a full body, just a head, watching me. It was darker than the shadows around it, a perfect silhouette of a human head, but with no distinguishable features. Just blackness. For a split second we stared at each other. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then, the moment I blinked, it retreated behind the wall. It didn't fade away or disappear. It moved, like a person ducking out of sight. I jumped out of bed and ran to the hallway. Empty. I checked every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing. The house was completely empty except for me and Charlie, who was sitting at the top of the stairs, his tail puffed up to twice its normal size. I'm writing this now from a coffee shop because I can't bring myself to go back to the house until it gets fully light outside. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to move right now, and I'm not even sure if moving would help. What if whatever this is follows me? I've never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural, but I can't explain what's happening. There's no sign of a break-in, no evidence that anyone else has been in my house. But I know what I heard, what I felt, what I saw. The thing that scares me the most is that it seems to be escalating. First just noises, then physical contact, now actually showing itself. What happens next? What does it want? I've ordered security cameras to set up around the house. Maybe if I can catch something on video, I'll have proof I'm not losing my mind. But part of me is afraid of what those cameras might show. Tonight, I'm staying at a friend's place. I couldn't handle another night alone in that house, but I can't stay away forever. At some point, I have to go back. I just don't know what I'll do if I wake up again to find something standing over my bed, or worse, lying next to me. I keep telling myself there's a logical explanation for all of this. There has to be. But deep down, I'm starting to think some things in this world just can't be explained by logic, and that terrifies me more than anything. Story 5. I never believed in the paranormal until last year. I was always the skeptic in my friend group, the one who had a logical explanation for everything. That changed when I moved into Drew's house. I've been living with my best friend Drew's family for about 8 months now. My home situation wasn't great. Dad left when I was 12, Mum's been struggling with her own issues, and after one particularly bad fight, I just couldn't stay there anymore. Drew's parents took me in, no questions asked. I'm still grateful to them, even though the house they live in gives me the creeps. It's this old 2-story in what should be a nice neighborhood. All the other houses on the block are well maintained with neat lawns, but Drew's place sticks out like a sore thumb. Peeling paint, sagging porch, the works. The inside isn't much better. Water stains on the ceiling, creaky floorboards that wake everyone up at night, and this persistent smell I can't quite place. Kind of like wet cardboard mixed with something metallic. Drew told me about the house's history after I moved in. Apparently, it was a drug den back in the 90s. Some dealer bought it and used it as his base of operations. There were rumors about violence, people getting beaten over debts, maybe worse. Drew's parents got it for dirt cheap because nobody else wanted it. I thought that was just neighborhood gossip until what happened last month. I have the smallest bedroom upstairs. Used to be a storage room before I moved in. It's barely big enough for a twin bed, a small desk, and my TV stand. The window faces the brick wall of the neighbor's house, so I never get direct sunlight. The walls are this faded yellow color that I'm pretty sure was white at some point. That night, I was lying in bed, watching Cheech and Chong's Up in Smoke on the small TV I'd saved up for. It was around 11:30, and I was fighting to stay awake. Drew and his parents had gone to bed already, and the house had that late-night stillness where every little sound seems 10 times louder. I remember my eyes getting heavy. The movie had reached that part where they're driving the van made of weed across the border, and I was drifting in and out of consciousness. You know that weird state where you're not quite asleep, but not fully awake either. That's where I was. Then I felt this pressure in the room. Like when a storm is coming and your ears need to pop. The air felt thick and cold all of a sudden. I forced my eyes open and glanced at the wall above my TV. That's when I saw it. There was this thing coming out of the wall, not through a door or anything, literally emerging from the solid wall. It was completely black, not dark-skinned or wearing black clothes, but like a 3-dimensional shadow with mass and weight. It had a humanoid shape, but the proportions were off, too tall, limbs too long, and its head, God, its head was all wrong. It was oddly shaped, almost elongated on one side, like part of its skull had been caved in or stretched. I froze, literally couldn't move, couldn't even blink, and this thing, this entity, fell forward out of the wall and landed directly on top of me on the bed. The weight was real. I felt it pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. It didn't feel like a person, though. It was cold, almost electric, like touching a TV screen with static. The worst part? It had no face. Where there should have been eyes, a nose, a mouth, just nothing, just smooth blackness. But I could feel it looking at me somehow. I don't know what. Snapped me out of my paralysis. Survival instinct, probably. But suddenly I could move again. I flinched hard and jumped up with my fists clenched, ready to fight whatever this thing was. And just like that, it vanished. 1 second pressing down on me, the next, gone. But I wasn't imagining things because I heard it. There was this shuffling sound, like something moving past my bed toward the closet door. I watched in horror as my clothes hanging in the closet moved, swaying like something had just rushed in there. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The TV was still on, casting this blue light across the room, making everything look surreal. I stood there in my boxers and t-shirt, fists still raised, staring at the closet. I don't know where I found the courage. Maybe it was pure adrenaline or just teenage stupidity. But I started talking out loud to it. "This is my room," I said, my voice shaking at first but growing stronger. "I live here now. You don't get to scare me. I kept going, telling this thing that I wasn't afraid, a complete lie, and that it needed to leave me alone. I told it I respected whatever had happened in this house before, but this was my space now. I must have sounded completely insane, standing there in my underwear at 11:30 at night, talking to an empty closet. I heard Drew's dad call from down the hall, asking if everything was okay. I yelled back that I just had a nightmare. I couldn't explain what had really happened. They already thought I was weird enough. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the TV on until morning, sitting cross-legged on my bed, watching the closet. Every shadow, every creak of the house settling made me jump. I kept thinking about what I'd seen, that faceless head, the weight on my chest. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I've had that before. This was different. This thing had mass. It moved things. The next day at school, I was a zombie. Drew kept asking if I was okay, and I just blamed it on insomnia. How do you tell someone you saw a shadow person fall out of their wall, that their house might be haunted by something that isn't even a ghost, something worse? I spent that whole day researching shadow people in the school library, found all these accounts from people who'd seen similar things, dark figures with no features, appearing in bedrooms at night. Some theories said they were interdimensional beings. Others claimed they were manifestations of negative energy from traumatic events. Considering the history of the house, that last one made too much sense. When I got home that afternoon, I did something I never thought I would. I cleaned my room top to bottom, opened the windows to let in fresh air despite the cold, and burned some sage I'd bought at the corner store. The cashier had given me a weird look. A 17-year-old guy buying sage and matches. But I didn't care. That night, I felt it again. Not as strong, but there was something in the room with me. I could feel eyes on me even though I couldn't see anyone. My desk lamp flickered a couple times, and I swear my backpack moved an inch across the floor on its own. I sat up in bed and repeated what I'd said the night before. This is my space. You're not welcome here. You need to leave. This went on for about a week. Every night I'd feel a presence, and I'd firmly but respectfully tell it to get out. I don't know if I was going crazy or if it was actually working, but the manifestations seemed to get weaker. The shuffling sounds became less frequent. Objects stopped moving. It's been a month now since that first night. I still feel watched sometimes, especially when I'm alone in the house. Occasionally, I'll come back to my room and find something slightly out of place. A textbook moved to a different spot, my phone charger unplugged. Little things that could be explained away if I wanted to. But I know what I saw that night. That figure was real. It had weight and substance. It moved my things. And the strangest part, I'm not as scared anymore. It's like we've reached some kind of understanding. This is my space now, but I acknowledge that something else was here before me. Drew's parents want to move when their lease is up next year. They've had their own experiences they don't talk about much. Doors opening, cold spots, the feeling of being followed up the stairs. Drew told me his mum keeps finding her jewelry in different spots than where she left it. I haven't told them my story. They'd probably think I was making it up or that I'd been smoking something before bed. But I know what I saw. That black figure with the misshapen head was as real as the bed I'm sitting on right now. The weirdest thing is that I almost want to see it again, just to prove to myself that I didn't imagine it all. But then I remember the weight on my chest, that faceless void staring down at me, and I change my mind. Sometimes at night I still talk to the empty room before I go to sleep. Just a quick reminder that this is my space now, but I respect what came before. Maybe that's crazy. Maybe I'm just talking to myself. But ever since I started doing that, the big stuff stopped. No more figures falling out of walls. No more weight on my chest. Just the occasional feeling of being watched and small things moving when I'm not looking. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that night or what that thing was. Maybe it was a leftover energy from the violence that happened here. Maybe it was something that was never human at all. All I know is that standing up to it seemed to work, and that's enough for me to sleep at night. Most of the time, anyway. Story 6. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me last summer. I'm not the type of person who believes in the supernatural or any of that stuff. At least, I wasn't before. I've always been pretty logical, working in accounting at the local bank in Oak Ridge for the past 12 years. My life was routine, predictable even. But what happened that day in July has completely changed how I see the world. It started with the dream. I had it on a Tuesday night, and it was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. Usually, I don't remember my dreams, just fragments that fade away as soon as I wake up. But this one was different. It was so vivid, so real, that even now, months later, I can recall every single detail. In the dream, I was standing in what looked like a waiting room, not a doctor's office or anything like that, just a nondescript room with white walls and wooden chairs. What made it strange was who was there with me. Mrs. Patterson, my third-grade teacher who passed away when I was in high school. Mr. Reeves, our next-door neighbor who died of a heart attack about 5 years ago. Old man Jenkins, who used to run the hardware store downtown before he died in 2007. There were others too, maybe 10 people in total, all deceased. People I'd known throughout my life in Oak Ridge. They weren't decomposed or ghostly or anything horror movie like that. They looked normal, healthy even, just like they did when they were alive. None of them spoke to me. They didn't even look at me directly. They were just there. But the strangest part was that each of them was holding a skeleton key. You know, those old-fashioned ornate metal keys? Each person held one, turning it over in their hands, examining it closely. Some were bigger than others, some more intricate, but they were all definitely skeleton keys. I remember feeling confused in the dream, wanting to ask them what the keys were for, but I couldn't speak. I just stood there watching them. Then Mrs. Patterson looked up, not at me, but toward a door I hadn't noticed before. One by one, they all walked through this door, still clutching their keys. As the last person disappeared through it, I woke up. I sat up in bed, my heart racing, covered in sweat. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:22 in the morning. My wife Sarah mumbled something and rolled over, still asleep. I got up, drank some water, and tried to shake off the unsettling feeling the dream had left me with. The next morning at breakfast, I told Sarah about it. She just shrugged and said, "That's what you get for watching that History Channel documentary about Victorian houses before bed." She was probably right. I had watched something about old architecture the night before. Still, the dream stayed with me all day at work. I couldn't stop thinking about those keys. Wednesday and Thursday passed normally. I almost forgot about the dream as I got caught up in a big audit at work. By Friday, it was just a weird memory. That weekend, Sarah went to visit her sister in Millfield, about an hour away. I was supposed to go too, but I begged off, claiming I needed to catch up on yard work. Really, I just wanted some alone time. Sometimes the introvert in me needs to recharge. Sunday afternoon, I decided to go for a walk in Crestview Park. It's this big park on the edge of town, with hiking trails, picnic areas, and a small lake. It's usually pretty quiet, especially on hot summer days when most people are at the town pool or the river. I parked my car in the nearly empty lot around 3 in the afternoon. The temperature was pushing 95 degrees, and the humidity made it feel like I was walking through soup. I chose the Cedar Trail, which loops around the back of the park and is mostly shaded. About 20 minutes in, I came to the service road that cuts through the park. It's rarely used except by maintenance vehicles. As I was crossing the road to continue on the trail, something caught my eye. There, lying on the gravel at the edge of the road, was what looked like a skeleton key. My heart nearly stopped. It was exactly like the keys from my dream, ornate, old-fashioned, with that distinctive shape. I froze, staring at it for several seconds before slowly walking over to get a closer look. I bent down, my hand shaking slightly as I reached for it. But as my fingers touched it, I realized it wasn't a key at all. It was just a piece of rusted metal, probably fallen off a maintenance truck or something. It was vaguely key-shaped, which is why it had caught my attention, but it was nothing special. I felt a mix of relief and disappointment as I stood back up, and that's when it happened. Just as I straightened up, I heard the roar of an engine. I looked up to see a bright red sports car, a Mustang, I think, flying down the service road at what had to be at least 50 miles per hour. The music from inside was blasting so loud I could feel the bass in my chest. The driver, a young guy with sunglasses, had one hand on the wheel and was looking down at something in his lap, probably his phone. The car tore past me, missing me by mere feet, and continued speeding down the road, kicking up dust and gravel. It disappeared around the bend before I could even process what had happened. That's when the realization hit me like a punch to the gut. If I hadn't bent down to look at that piece of metal, if I hadn't thought I saw a key, I would have been standing right in the middle of the road when that car came racing by. At that speed, on that gravel road, the driver distracted. He wouldn't have been able to stop or swerve in time. I would have been hit, and at that speed, probably killed. My legs gave out, and I sat down hard on the ground, my whole body shaking. The coincidence was too perfect, too precise. I had dreamed about skeleton keys, and then days later I thought I saw one, which made me move out of the way of a speeding car at the exact right moment. I sat there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, trying to make sense of it all. Was it really just a coincidence? Or had someone been trying to warn me? The dream had been so vivid, so specific. All those people I knew who had passed away, all holding skeleton keys. Had they somehow reached out from wherever they are now to save my life? I eventually got up and walked back to my car on unsteady legs. I didn't finish my hike. I couldn't. My mind was racing, trying to process what had just happened. I drove home in a daze, nearly missing my turn twice. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the events in my head. The dream, the key that wasn't a key, the car that would have hit me if I hadn't bent down at that exact moment. It was too perfect, too orchestrated to be mere chance. I tried to tell Sarah about it when she got back from her sister's, but I could tell she thought I was overreacting. "It was just a close call, Tom," she said. "Thank goodness you're okay, but trying to connect it to some dream you had days ago is a stretch." Maybe she's right. Maybe my brain is just trying to find patterns where none exist, but I can't shake the feeling that something unexplainable happened to me that day. I've gone back to that spot in the park several times since then. I've looked for that piece of metal that I mistook for a key, but it's gone. I've asked around about the red Mustang, but no one seems to know who it belongs to. The park rangers say cars aren't allowed on that service road without authorization, and they haven't given any out recently. It's been 3 months now, and I still think about it every day. I've started researching near-death experiences, premonitions, all that stuff I used to scoff at. I've even visited the graves of some of the people from my dream, though I'm not sure what I expected to find there. Last week, I was cleaning out our basement and found an old box of my grandfather's things. Inside was a small leather pouch. When I opened it, my blood ran cold. There, nestled in the worn leather, was a skeleton key. Not just any skeleton key, but one identical to the ones from my dream. My grandfather died when I was 10. I have no memory of ever seeing this key before. I've tried to talk to a few close friends about all this, but I can see the skepticism in their eyes. I get it. If someone had told me this story a year ago, I'd have thought they were making it up or reading too much into a series of coincidences. But I was there. I had that dream. I saw that key. I felt the rush of air as that car sped past me, close enough that I could have reached out and touched it. I know what happened. I'm not sure why I'm sharing this now. Maybe I'm hoping someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. Maybe I just need to get it off my chest. Or maybe, deep down, I'm hoping that by acknowledging whatever force, whatever entity, whatever connection saved me that day, I'm showing gratitude. All I know for certain is that something impossible happened to me that Sunday in Crestview Park. Something that defies logical explanation, something that saved my life. And no matter how many people dismiss it or how many years pass, I'll never forget the dream of the skeleton keys and how, somehow, it kept me from dying on that service road in the park. I still have my grandfather's key. I keep it in my pocket now, every day. A reminder that there are things in this world we can't explain, connections we don't understand. And sometimes, just sometimes, those connections can reach across whatever divides separate us, even the divide between the living and the dead, to deliver a warning, to save a life, my life. Story 7. I still can't believe I'm typing this out. It's been almost a year, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about that night. I was 16, working late shifts at Wendy's to save up for college. My parents always said I was responsible for my age, maybe too responsible, but they didn't know everything. That night started like any other. I clocked out around 11:30, exhausted from dealing with the dinner rush. My manager had kept me late to clean the fry station, which I hated, but whatever. The extra 30 minutes meant extra cash. My dad picked me up like he always did when I closed, and I remember feeling so tired I could barely keep my eyes open on the ride home. "You okay, Sky?" he asked. I nodded, leaning my head against the window. When we got home, Mom was watching some reality show in the living room. I kissed them both goodnight, told them I loved them, and dragged myself to my bedroom. I didn't even bother to shower, just kicked off my shoes, pulled my work shirt over my head, and collapsed into bed. Then my phone buzzed. It was Rachel. "You up? Sheila and I want to hang. Come out tonight." I stared at the message for a few seconds. Rachel and Sheila had been acting weird for weeks. They'd stopped talking when I approached them at school, and they'd been hanging out without inviting me. We'd been best friends since middle school, but lately things felt off. I typed back, "Just got home from work. Tired AF." Rachel replied immediately, "Come on, we haven't hung out in forever, just for a little bit, we got weed." That got my attention. We'd smoked together a few times before, nothing serious, just experimenting like most teenagers. But it had been months since we'd all hung out like that. Maybe this was their way of making things normal again. Fine, give me 30 mins to make sure my parents are asleep. I waited until I heard my dad snoring through the wall and my mum's bedroom door close. Then I quietly pushed my window screen out, positioned my desk chair underneath, and slipped out into the cool night air. I was still wearing my Wendy's uniform pants and just threw on a hoodie over my tank top. Rachel's car was idling at the corner of my street. I jogged over, trying to stay quiet. Sheila was in the passenger seat, and she barely looked at me when I climbed into the back. "Hey," I said, slightly out of breath. "Where are we going?" "Just this spot we found," Rachel said, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. "It's really pretty at night. No one ever goes there." The car smelled like perfume, too much of it. Rachel always overdid it with the Victoria's Secret body spray. The radio was playing softly, some pop song I didn't recognize. I remember thinking how strange the whole vibe felt. Usually we'd be laughing, talking over each other, checking our phones together. But that night it was mostly silent. We drove for about 20 minutes, heading out of town toward the county line. I started getting nervous when Rachel turned onto an unpaved road. "Where are we going?" I asked again. "I can't stay out too late. My parents wake up at 6. "Relax," Sheila said, the first word she'd spoken to me all night. "It's just up here." Rachel parked in a clearing surrounded by trees. It was pitch black except for the headlights, which she left on. The beams cut through the darkness, illuminating a patch of tall grass and the edge of the woods beyond. "Come on," Rachel said, turning off the engine but leaving the lights on. Let's sit outside, it's nice out. I followed them out of the car, wrapping my arms around myself. It was colder than I expected for July. We walked toward the front of the car, standing in the headlight beams. "So, where's the weed?" I asked. Rachel patted her pockets. "Shit, I think I left it in the glove compartment. Can you go check?" I turned back toward the car, and that's when I felt it, a sharp, burning pain in my back. I gasped, too shocked to scream at first. When I turned around, Sheila was standing there with a knife in her hand. Her eyes looked empty. "What the—" I started to say, but then Rachel lunged at me too, another knife glinting in the headlights. I tried to run, but Sheila grabbed my hoodie and yanked me backward. I fell hard, my head hitting the ground. Rachel was on me in seconds, and I felt the knife go into my chest. The pain was unreal, hot and cold at the same time, like being burned and frozen simultaneously. "Stop!" I screamed. "Please stop! Why are you doing this?" But they didn't stop. They didn't even hesitate. I remember looking up at Sheila's face as she straddled me, bringing the knife down again and again. Her expression was so focused, like she was doing homework or something equally mundane, not like she was stabbing her best friend. "You ruined everything," Rachel hissed, slicing at my neck. "You couldn't just keep your mouth shut." I didn't understand what she meant. I tried to fight back, scratching and kicking, but there were two of them, and only one of me, and I was already losing too much blood. The world started to go dark around the edges. The last thing I remember thinking was, my parents don't know where I am. They'll wake up tomorrow and I'll just be gone. And then nothing. When I came to, it was still dark. I was lying in the grass, covered in blood. So much blood. My clothes were soaked through and I could feel it, sticky and cooling on my skin. The car was gone. Rachel and Sheila were gone. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't cooperate. The pain was overwhelming, radiating from what felt like 100 different wounds. I managed to roll onto my side, which sent fresh waves of agony through me. I didn't have my phone. It had fallen out of my pocket during the attack, or maybe they'd taken it. I don't know how long I lay there, drifting in and out of consciousness. I tried calling for help, but my voice was barely a whisper. No one could hear me. No one knew where I was. As the sky began to lighten, I thought about my parents. They'd be waking up soon. Dad would leave for work first, grabbing his coffee on the way out. Mom would shower and dress, then knock on my door to make sure I was up for school, but I wouldn't answer. They'd open the door and find my bed empty, the window open. Would they think I'd run away? Would they be angry? Scared? I wanted to tell them I was sorry. I was sorry for sneaking out, sorry for trusting Rachel and Sheila, sorry for everything. The sun rose higher, warming my cold skin. I couldn't feel my legs anymore. My breathing was shallow, each inhale a struggle. I watched a butterfly land on a wildflower near my face. It was beautiful, bright blue wings fluttering in the morning light. I focused on it, trying to stay conscious, but the darkness was pulling me under again, stronger this time. I thought about all the things I'd never get to do: graduate high school, go to prom, fall in love, have a family of my own. All those futures vanished in a single night because my best friends decided I shouldn't exist anymore. I still don't understand why they did it. Rachel said I ruined everything. But what did that mean? Was it because I saw Sheila kissing Rachel's boyfriend at that party last month? Was it because I'd been talking about applying to colleges out of state while they planned to stay local? Or was it something deeper? Some resentment that had been building for years that I never noticed. 6 months passed before anyone found out what happened. My parents searched for me tirelessly. They put up posters, organized search parties, begged for information on TV. Rachel and Sheila even helped, crying convincingly for the cameras, saying how much they missed their best friend. Then Rachel broke down. The guilt must have finally gotten to her. She told the police everything, how they planned it for weeks, how they lured me out that night specifically to kill me. How they chose that isolated spot so no one would hear me scream. How they stabbed me over and over, making sure I was dead before they left me there alone in the dark. They told the police they buried my body, but they lied. They just left me there, expecting animals to take care of the evidence. The search teams had been looking in all the wrong places. When they finally found what was left of me, my mom collapsed. My dad had to be sedated. The community that had rallied around my disappearance now reeled from the horror of my murder. Killed by two girls everyone thought were sweet, normal teenagers. Girls who sat at my parents' kitchen table eating cookies. Girls who slept over at my house countless times. Girls I trusted with all my secrets. Sometimes I wonder if there were signs I missed. Times when their smiles didn't reach their eyes. Moments when their laughter seemed forced. Should I have known they were capable of such violence? Could I have prevented it somehow? But then I remember how ordinary that night felt at first. How I climbed into Rachel's car without hesitation. How I followed them into the darkness, never suspecting that my best friends had become my worst enemies. That's the thing about betrayal. It comes from the people closest to you. The people you'd never suspect. The people you love. I was 16 years old when my best friends decided I didn't deserve to live, and to this day, I still don't understand why. Story 8. I've worked in military facilities for over 15 years, but nothing prepared me for what happened last Tuesday. I'm posting this because I need to tell someone who might actually believe me. My wife thinks I'm making it up, and my buddies at the base keep telling me to man up and forget about it. I'm currently finishing up a 6-month assignment at Fort Riley in Kansas, working as an air traffic operations supervisor. The base has a small airfield that's been operational since World War II. For the past month, I've been pulling overtime shifts at one of the administrative buildings about half a mile from the main control tower. It's an old building, probably built in the 40s, all brick with those classic army green painted interior walls and heavy wooden doors. Nothing special, just your typical military building that's had minimal renovations over the decades. Last Tuesday, I was working late, finishing some flight logs that needed to be processed before the end of the month. The building was completely empty except for me. My co-worker Sarah had left around 7, telling me to lock up when I finished. It was nearly 9:30 when I decided to take a break and grab a soda from the small kitchen area at the back of the building. The kitchen is nothing fancy, just a refrigerator, microwave, coffee maker, and a small table with a few chairs. I remember checking my phone while standing by the fridge, scrolling through some messages from my wife asking when I'd be home. After grabbing my drink, I turned off the kitchen light and headed back down the hallway toward my office to finish up. That's when it happened. The hallway in this building is long and straight, with offices branching off on both sides. At the very end is a set of glass doors leading to the parking lot. As I was walking down the hall, I got this sudden feeling like the temperature had dropped. It wasn't dramatic, just enough that I noticed it. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I felt this weird pressure like when you're in an airplane and your ears need to pop. I shrugged it off and kept walking, but with each step, I felt increasingly uneasy. It was the kind of feeling you get when you think someone's watching you. I've been in combat zones before, and it reminded me of that heightened awareness you develop when you know something's not right. When I reached the glass doors at the end of the hallway, I stopped to take a sip of my drink. The doors have that typical wire-reinforced safety glass that creates a partial reflection when it's dark outside. I could see myself clearly in the glass, my uniform, my buzz cut, the can in my hand. And then I saw someone standing directly behind me. I nearly choked on my drink. The reflection showed a man, maybe in his 30s, wearing what looked like an old military uniform. Not modern ACUs, but something from decades ago. He was standing so close that if he had been real, I would have felt his breath on my neck. His face was pale, but completely distinct, with dark circles under his eyes. and he was staring directly at me in the reflection. My first thought was that someone had come into the building without me noticing. I quickly pushed the door open and held it, turning around to let whoever it was pass by. There was no one there. The hallway behind me was completely empty. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice echoed down the empty corridor. I immediately felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. I'm not ashamed to admit that my hands were shaking. I quickly checked every office on that floor, turning on all the lights, looking behind doors, even checking under desks. I knew it was ridiculous even as I was doing it. A grown man, a military officer, playing hide and seek with someone who couldn't possibly be there. But I had seen him, clear as day, not a vague shape or a trick of the light, a full, detailed human figure standing right behind me. After confirming I was alone in the building, I went back to my office, packed up my things and left. I didn't even finish the reports. I just wanted to get out of there. The whole time I was gathering my stuff, I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone. The drive home was a blur. I kept checking my rearview mirror, not for cars, but because I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was in the back seat. When I got home, my wife immediately asked what was wrong. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost, which I guess is exactly what happened. I told her about it, but she just laughed and said I was working too hard and needed more sleep. Maybe she was right. That's what I tried to tell myself all night as I lay awake staring at the ceiling. The next morning, I went into work early and found Sarah already at her desk. I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy, but I eventually asked her if she'd ever experienced anything unusual in the building. The look on her face said everything before she even opened her mouth. "You saw something, didn't you?" she asked quietly. She explained that there's an unwritten rule among the long-time personnel at Fort Riley. They don't tell newcomers about the building's reputation unless they bring it up first. Apparently, I wasn't the first person to see something unexplainable there. According to Sarah, during World War II, that building had served as a temporary morgue where they processed deceased soldiers before sending them home. The hallway where I saw the reflection was where they used to line up the bodies for identification and paperwork. She said at least a dozen people over the years have reported seeing reflections of people who weren't there, hearing footsteps when the building was empty, or feeling like they were being watched. "Why the hell didn't anyone warn me?" I asked her, trying not to sound as angry as I felt. "Because most people never experience anything," she said. "And the higher-ups don't want rumors spreading. It's bad for morale." I spent the rest of the day distracted, jumping at every noise. When lunchtime came around, I couldn't bring myself to walk down that hallway alone. I asked a junior officer to accompany me, making up some excuse about needing help carrying files. That night, I told my wife what Sarah had said. This time, she didn't laugh. She got that concerned look on her face, the one that says she's worried about my mental health. That almost felt worse than seeing the ghost. I'd rather be haunted than crazy. The rest of the week, I avoided being alone in the building. I made sure to leave before dark and use the side entrance instead of the main doors. But the image of that man's reflection stayed with me. I couldn't stop thinking about how he had appeared so solid, so real. And the way he looked at me, not through me, but at me, like he was fully aware of my presence. Yesterday, Sarah showed me an old photograph she found in the base archives. It was a black and white image from 1943, showing personnel working in what was clearly our building. The caption mentioned it being used as a processing center for deceased military personnel. Seeing that photo made it all too real. I only have 4 more days left at Fort Riley before my assignment ends, and I transfer back to my permanent station. Part of me wants to investigate further, maybe go back to the building at night with a camera or some kind of recording equipment. But another part of me, a bigger part, just wants to forget the whole thing and never set foot in that hallway again. What keeps me up at night isn't just that I saw something impossible, it's that whatever, or whoever I saw, was standing so close behind me, close enough to touch me, And the look in his eyes wasn't blank or confused like you might expect from a ghost just going through the motions of some past event. He was looking directly at me with what I can only describe as recognition, like he knew I was there and had been waiting for me to notice him. I'm not a superstitious person. I've never believed in ghosts or any of that supernatural stuff. But I know what I saw, and I know it wasn't a trick of the light or my imagination. There was someone behind me in that reflection, someone who wasn't physically present in that hallway. The weirdest part is that I can't stop thinking about going back. Not out of curiosity, but because I feel like there's something unfinished. Like that figure was trying to communicate something to me. I've caught myself wondering if he'll be there again, waiting for me to return. My rational mind tells me to stay away. My assignment is almost over. I could easily avoid that building for 4 more days and then never think about it again. But there's this nagging feeling that won't go away. What if he's still there, waiting? What if he needs something from me specifically? I haven't told Sarah or anyone else, but I'm considering going back tonight after everyone leaves. Not to be a hero or ghost hunter or whatever, just to see if it happens again. To prove to myself one way or another what I saw. Maybe I'll bring my phone and try to capture it on video, though I doubt whatever I saw would show up on camera. If I do go back, I'm not going alone. I've asked another officer to come with me, telling him I need to grab some files I left behind. I figure having someone else there will either prevent anything from happening or give me a witness if it does. I keep replaying that moment in my head, seeing my own reflection, and then suddenly noticing someone standing right behind me. The shock of turning around to find empty space where a person should have been. I've been in some scary situations in my military career, but nothing has ever shaken me like this. Whatever's in that building, whether it's a ghost, a hallucination, or something else entirely, it saw me. It recognized me. And for some reason, that feels significant in a way I can't explain. Tomorrow's my last night shift before I hand over my duties to my replacement. I still haven't decided if I'm going back to that hallway or not. Part of me hopes that by writing this all down, I'll exercise whatever compulsion I feel to return. But another part knows I'll never have closure if I don't face it one more time. I just keep thinking, what if he's still there, waiting for me? And what does he want? Story 9. I can't believe I'm finally writing this down. I've tried to forget about it for years, but it still creeps into my mind during quiet moments. I guess some experiences just don't leave you, no matter how much time passes. When I was 16, my parents decided I needed to reconnect with my roots. That's how I ended up spending my summer in the Philippines with my Aunt Marisol, my mom's older sister. I wasn't thrilled about it, trading California beaches for a tropical country I barely remembered from childhood visits. But my parents were adamant. You're forgetting your heritage, they'd say. You need to remember where you came from. Aunt Marisol was a pastor who worked with American missionaries, and she lived in this ancient missionary campus on the outskirts of Manila. The place was like stepping back in time. All weathered stone buildings with peeling paint, creaky wooden floors, and that musty smell old buildings get in humid places. Some parts dated back to the Spanish colonial era, at least 100 years old, and had been converted into living quarters for the missionaries and their families. My room was small, but comfortable enough, with a window that faced a garden courtyard. Aunt Marisol's room shared a wall with mine. The walls were thick stone, but still, I'd hear her praying at night sometimes, or talking on the phone to other church members. After the first week of being bored out of my mind with Bible studies and charity work, I met Daniel. He was 17, the son of one of the American pastors. We hit it off immediately, both feeling like outsiders in our own way. He showed me around Manila whenever we could sneak away, and suddenly, the Philippines wasn't so bad. Our parents were super strict about dating, though. This was a religious community after all, so we started meeting secretly at night. Daniel would come to my window after everyone was asleep, and we'd talk for hours. Nothing scandalous, just talking about music, our lives back home, and dreams about college. It was innocent, but it still felt rebellious and thrilling. One night in late July, about a month into my stay, I was waiting for Daniel to show up at my window. We usually met around 11, after Aunt Marisol went to bed. I always checked if she was asleep before letting Daniel come over, pressing a glass against the wall to listen for any movement or sounds. I'd seen this trick in a movie and was surprised it actually worked. That night was particularly hot and sticky. Even with the ceiling fan spinning lazily above, I was uncomfortable in just shorts and a tank top. The air felt heavy, like it does before a storm. I remembered the weather report mentioned a typhoon approaching, but it wasn't supposed to hit for another day or two. I checked my phone, 10:45. Still a bit early for Daniel, but I decided to check if Aunt Marisol was asleep anyway. I grabbed the glass from my nightstand and pressed it against the wall we shared, the way I always did. At first, I heard nothing. Then, faintly, I caught the sound of voices. Female voices, multiple ones. I pressed the glass harder against the wall, straining to hear. There were definitely two women speaking. I assumed one was Aunt Marisol, but I couldn't figure out who the other person was. Visitors weren't allowed in the living quarters after 9, according to campus rules. Maybe another pastor's wife had some emergency. But something felt off about the voices. I couldn't make out what they were saying through the glass. Curiosity got the better of me, and I put the glass down, instead pressing my ear directly against the cool stone wall. That's when I realized they weren't speaking English. That wasn't unusual. Aunt Marisol often switched to Tagalog, especially when talking with locals. But as I listened more carefully, I realized it wasn't Tagalog either. I'm not fluent, but I know enough Tagalog to recognize it, and this was definitely something else. The language had a rhythmic, almost musical quality to it. The syllables flowed together in a pattern that felt both ancient and somehow unsettling. It reminded me a little of Latin, which I'd heard in old church services, but it wasn't quite that either. The voices rose and fell in a strange cadence, sometimes whispering, sometimes growing more intense. I stood there, ear pressed against the wall, for what must have been 15 minutes. Goosebumps formed on my arms despite the heat. There was something about those voices that made my stomach knot up. They sounded wrong somehow, not like normal conversation. The tone was too measured, too ritualistic. My phone buzzed, startling me so badly I jumped away from the wall. It was Daniel texting to say he was on his way. I quickly replied, "Can't tonight. Aunt M's still up with someone." He sent back a sad face, but didn't argue. I couldn't shake the unease I felt. Who was in there with my aunt? What language were they speaking? I considered knocking on her door to check if everything was okay, but something stopped me. Maybe it was fear, or maybe some instinct warning me not to interrupt whatever was happening in that room. Instead, I sat on my bed, back against the headboard, knees pulled up to my chest. I could still hear the murmuring voices through the wall, even without the glass. The rhythm of the unknown language was hypnotic in a disturbing way. It made me think of ancient rituals and things better left undisturbed. At some point, I must have dozed off despite my anxiety. I woke with a start around 3 in the morning, my neck stiff from falling asleep sitting up. The room was silent now. No voices from next door, just the distant sounds of night insects and the occasional car on the road beyond the campus. I slept poorly the rest of the night, having strange dreams I couldn't quite remember when I woke up. Just impressions of shadows and whispers. The next morning, I went to breakfast, feeling exhausted and jumpy. I expected to see Aunt Marisol and maybe get some clue about her late-night visitor, but she wasn't in the dining hall. I asked Mrs. Reyes, another pastor's wife who helped run the kitchen, where my aunt was. "Oh, didn't she tell you?" Mrs. Reyes looked surprised. She left yesterday afternoon for a conference in Cebu. She won't be back until tomorrow evening. I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. Yesterday afternoon, are you sure? Yes, dear. Around 4. I saw her leave myself. Pastor Rodriguez drove her to the airport. I mumbled something about forgetting and grabbed some toast, then hurried back to our quarters. My hands were shaking so badly I struggled to unlock the door. If Aunt Marisol had left yesterday afternoon, then who or what had been in her room last night? I stood outside her door, gathering my courage. Finally, I knocked. No answer, of course. I tried the handle. Locked. Part of me was relieved. I wasn't sure I wanted to see inside anyway. For the rest of the day, I couldn't concentrate on anything. The other missionary kids noticed something was wrong, but I brushed off their concerns. What could I say? That I heard disembodied voices speaking some unknown language in my absent aunt's room. They'd think I was crazy. Daniel cornered me after lunch, worried about my text from the night before. Is everything okay? You seem really off today. I almost told him. The words were right there, but I swallowed them back. Instead, I made up something about feeling sick and having weird dreams. That night, I couldn't bear to stay in my room alone. I asked one of the other girls, Emma, if I could sleep in her room, claiming mine had mosquitoes. She agreed, and I spent a restless night on her floor, jumping at every creak and rustle. When Aunt Marisol returned the next day, I couldn't bring myself to ask her about it. What if she had no idea what I was talking about? What if she looked at me like I was losing my mind? Or worse, what if she knew exactly what those voices were and told me something I didn't want to hear? I spent the remaining 3 weeks of my stay avoiding being alone in my room at night. I'd stay up late in the common areas, volunteer for evening activities, anything to delay going back. When I did have to sleep there, I'd play music through my earbuds to drown out any sounds from the other side of the wall. I never heard the voices. Again. But sometimes, in the quiet moments before dawn, I'd wake up with the distinct feeling that someone was whispering in that strange, rhythmic language just beyond my ability to hear. When I finally returned to California, I was so relieved I almost cried when our plane landed. I never told my parents what happened. I never told anyone until now. It's been 7 years. I'm in college now, studying linguistics of all things. Sometimes I wonder if that experience somehow influenced my choice of major. I've listened to recordings of hundreds of languages, ancient and modern, trying to identify what I heard that night. Nothing matches. Last year, I found out that the missionary campus where my aunt lived has a complicated history. Before it was converted to a missionary center in the 1920s, it had been a convent. And before that, during the Spanish colonial period, local legends say it was built on land where indigenous priestesses once performed rituals to ancient gods. I still don't know what I heard that night. Were they ghosts? Some kind of residual haunting? Or something else entirely? Something tied to that land and its forgotten history? All I know is that sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I catch myself listening for those voices again, speaking words in a language no living person remembers. And I wonder what they were saying, and if, somehow, it was meant for me to hear. Story 10. I never believed in ghosts. Not until we moved into that house on Mary Hill. It was the summer of 2008, and we'd finally found what seemed like the perfect place. My dad had gotten a new job, which meant relocating our entire family, but none of us minded because the house was gorgeous. 2 stories, with this beautiful circular layout downstairs that made the living room, dining room, and kitchen flow together perfectly. Upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms across from each other, plus a guest room at the end of the hall. My brother Jake got one room, I got the other, and that guest room just sat empty most of the time. I remember how excited I was when we first moved in. I spent days arranging my room exactly how I wanted it. Posters on the walls, books organized on my shelves, fairy lights strung around my window. It felt like home almost immediately. The first month was completely normal. We settled into our routines. My dad went to work, my mom kept house, Jake and I hung out or did our own things. It was summer break, so we had all day to explore the neighborhood or just lounge around. It was about 6 weeks after we'd moved in when the first incident happened. I was lying in bed reading one night. It was probably around 11:30, and I had my bedroom door open because it was kind of stuffy. Jake's door was open too. I could see him sitting at his desk across the hall, headphones on, playing some game on his computer. That's when I saw it. Something, ran past my doorway, like literally sprinted from the direction of the guest room, past my door, and into the bathroom. It was so fast I barely caught it, but it was definitely a human figure. My first thought was that it was Jake, but that made no sense because I could still see him at his desk. I sat up, book forgotten, and called out, "Jake?" He pulled off his headphones. "What? Did you just go to the bathroom?" He gave me a weird look. No, I've been sitting here for the last hour." I felt a cold chill run down my spine. I just saw someone run past my door into the bathroom. Jake's expression changed. He got up and walked across the hall to my room. "Seriously?" "Yeah. It looked like a person, running super fast." I was trying to sound calm, but my heart was racing. Jake peeked out into the hall, looking toward the bathroom. The door was open, lights off. "There's nobody in there," he said. I got up and looked for myself. He was right. The bathroom was empty. "I swear I saw someone," I insisted. Jake hesitated, then said quietly, "I saw something too, but I thought I was just seeing things, like a shadow or something, moving really fast." We both stood there in silence for a moment, neither of us wanting to admit how freaked out we were. "Let's just close our doors tonight," Jake finally said. From that night on, we both started sleeping with our doors closed. We didn't tell our parents. They'd just think we were being dramatic or trying to scare each other. But me and Jake, we knew something was off. About 2 weeks after that incident, my mom's friend Diane came to stay with us. She was going through a divorce and needed a place to crash for a while. Mom put her in the guest bedroom at the end of the hall. Diane was cool, in her early 40s, always wearing these funky scarves and big earrings. She'd been friends with my mum since college. I liked having her around because she'd tell me stories about when my mom was young. 3 nights after Diane moved in, I was hanging out in her room. We were just talking about random stuff, school, books, movies. It was getting late, probably around 10, but I wasn't tired and neither was she. Out of nowhere, Diane said, "Can I tell you something weird, Megan?" "Sure," I said, sitting cross-legged on the end of her bed. "I don't like sleeping in this room." Her voice was low, almost a whisper. "It's always so cold in here, even when the rest of the house is warm. And sometimes I feel like I'm not alone." I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. "What do you mean?" She shrugged, trying to play it off. "I don't know. It's silly, I guess. Just feels like someone's watching me sometimes." I wanted to tell her about what Jake and I had seen, but something held me back. Instead, I just said, "That's creepy." "Yeah, well, I'm probably just stressed about the divorce." Diane grabbed the remote. "Want to watch some TV before bed?" We turned on some sitcom, both of us pretending to be interested in it. The room did feel colder than the rest of the house. I'd noticed that right away, but hadn't thought much of it. Now it felt significant. We were about 20 minutes into the show when it happened. The temperature in the room dropped even further. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. Diane tensed beside me, her eyes fixed on something above us. Slowly, I looked up. There was a dark figure hovering near the ceiling above the bed. Not solid, more like a shadow, but 3-dimensional. It had the shape of a person, but distorted, elongated, and it felt angry. I don't know how else to describe it. The presence radiated rage and despair so intensely I could almost taste it. I opened my mouth to scream, but Diane's hand clamped over it. Don't, she whispered. Close your eyes. Now. Don't open them until I tell you to. I squeezed my eyes shut, trembling uncontrollably. I could feel the cold intensifying, pressing down on us. There was a high-pitched ringing in my ears, and the air felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. We sat like that for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. Then gradually, the room started to warm up again. The pressure lifted. "It's gone," Diane said, her voice shaky. I opened my eyes. The figure had disappeared, but the TV had turned to static. Neither of us slept that night. We stayed up with all the lights on, talking about anything except what we'd seen. In the morning, Diane went straight to my mom. I was in the kitchen when they came in. Diane looked like she hadn't slept in days, her face pale and drawn. "Carol," she said to my mom, "I need to know. Did something happen in that room, in the house before you moved in?" My mom hesitated, glancing at me. "Megan, can you give us a minute?" "No," Diane said firmly. "She should hear this too. Something's wrong with that room, and I think you know what it is." Mom sighed heavily and sat down at the kitchen table. "I didn't want to scare the kids," she began. "The real estate agent told us after we'd already signed the papers. The previous owner, he took his own life in that bedroom." My blood ran cold. "Shot himself," Mom continued, her voice barely audible. "They repainted, of course, but—" She trailed off. "But what?" Diane pressed. "If you look closely at the wall by the window, you can still see where they patched the bullet hole." I felt sick. All those nights I'd spent hanging out in that room, never knowing what had happened there. Diane packed her bags that same day. Before she left, she pulled me aside. "Listen to me carefully, Megan," she said, gripping my shoulders. "That's not just a house with a sad history. Whatever's in that room, it's angry, it's in pain, and it's aware of you. Be careful." After Diane left, things escalated quickly. My parents still tried to downplay everything, saying old houses make noises and our imaginations were just running wild. But Jake and I knew better. The following week, we were both in his room playing video games when we heard a thump from the guest room. We looked at each other, neither of us wanting to check it out. "It's probably just the wind," Jake said, but he didn't sound convinced. We tried to go back to our game, but then we heard it again, louder this time. "We should look," I said, even though every instinct was screaming at me to stay put. Jake nodded reluctantly. We crept down the hall together, stopping outside the guest room door, which was partially open. "Hello?" Jake called, pushing the door wider. The room was empty but freezing cold. And then we both saw it at the same time, a dark figure of a man standing by the window. He wasn't transparent like a typical ghost in movies. He looked almost solid but wrong somehow, like he was made of dense smoke or shadow. He was facing away from us, looking out the window, but as we watched, he slowly raised his hand to his head, forming his fingers into the shape of a gun. I grabbed Jake's arm, unable to speak or move. The figure didn't turn around or acknowledge us, just stood there with its hand against its temple. Jake slammed the door shut and we ran downstairs, where our parents were watching TV. "There's something in the guest room," I blurted out, my voice cracking. Our dad, always the skeptic, sighed and got up. "I'll go check." "Dad, no!" Jake protested. "We both saw it. A man by the window." "It's fine," Dad insisted, heading upstairs. He was gone for maybe 5 minutes. When he came back down, his face was ashen. "There's nothing there now," he said quietly, sitting back down. Mom looked concerned. "Are you okay, honey? You look like you've seen a—" "I'm fine," he cut her off, "just tired." 2 days later, I overheard Dad telling Mom what had really happened that night. He'd gone into the guest room and found nothing, but as he was leaving, he saw a man standing outside the bathroom door. Dad said hello, thinking it was some intruder, but the man vanished instantly, not running away, not hiding, just gone in the blink of an eye. My father, who'd never believed in anything supernatural, was terrified. We moved out 2 weeks later. Dad said it was because the commute to his new job was too long, but we all knew the real reason. No one was sleeping anymore. We'd hear footsteps in the hallway at night, doors would open and close on their own, and the guest room was permanently ice cold. The last night in that house was the worst. I was packing up my room when I heard a gunshot so loud I dropped to the floor, covering my ears. I screamed for my parents, but when they came running, they swore they hadn't heard anything. I still think about that house sometimes, about what was in that guest room, about the man who ended his life there and somehow never left. I've tried researching the history of the house, tried to find out who he was and why he did it, but I've never found any answers. All I know is that I'll never go back to Mary Hill, and I'll never again dismiss someone who says their house is haunted. Story 11. I've never told this story publicly before. I don't know if posting it here will help, but I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me alive, and I'm starting to think I'm going crazy. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I'm 17, and for the past 5 months, something has been following me. I live in Whispering Pines. Yeah, I know the name sounds made up, but it's real. It's this tiny town surrounded by dense forest where nothing ever happens. At least that's what I thought until January. It started with glimpses. You know that feeling when you think someone's watching you? I'd be walking home from school and I'd get this cold sensation on the back of my neck. When I'd turn around, I'd see this figure, always at a distance, always standing perfectly still. It wore this black cloak or robe that went all the way to the ground, with a hood pulled up. I could never see a face, just darkness where a face should be. At first, I brushed it off. My house has always had weird stuff happen, objects moving, cold spots, the usual creepy stuff. My mum says I'm sensitive to that kind of thing, whatever that means. But this was different. This wasn't just some random ghost hanging around our house. This thing was following me. After the first few sightings, I started keeping track. I'd see it on my way home from school, standing between trees. Then I started noticing it in town, across the street, while I was at the convenience store, or at the edge of the park while I was hanging out with friends. Nobody else ever seemed to notice it. When I'd point it out, it would be gone. By March, I was seeing it almost every day. Still distant, still watching. I'd wake up at 3 in the morning and there it would be, standing in my backyard, looking up at my window. I started keeping my blinds closed at night. The whispering started in April. I'd be listening to music on my headphones, and beneath the songs, I'd hear this faint murmuring. At first, I thought it was just background noise in the recordings, but it happened with every song, every video, every game. This low, constant whispering that I could never quite make out. The words always seemed just on the edge of being understandable, but the tone, God, the tone was awful. Like someone talking about terrible things in this calm, matter-of-fact way. I stopped wearing headphones. It didn't help. Sometimes I'd hear the whispering coming from empty rooms in the house or from behind me when I was alone. Always too quiet to understand, always stopping when I tried to focus on it. My grades started slipping. I wasn't sleeping. My friends noticed I was jumpy, distracted. I couldn't tell them what was happening. How do you explain something like this without sounding completely insane? Last week is when things got so much worse. It was Friday night, and my mom was away at some conference for work. She's a nurse, and these overnight training things happen sometimes. Usually, I don't mind being home alone. I order pizza, play games, normal stuff. But with this thing following me, the thought of being alone in the house all night terrified me. I called my friend Elise on video chat around 9. We've been friends since elementary school, and talking to her always calms me down. We were just chatting about normal stuff. This history project we're partnered on, this guy she likes, regular teenage crap. For a little while, I actually felt normal. We were laughing about something stupid when Elise suddenly went quiet. Her face changed, not scared exactly, but confused. "What's wrong?" I asked. She tilted her head, squinting at her screen. Marcus, is someone else there with you? My stomach dropped. No, Mom's away, remember? Then who's that standing behind you? Every hair on my body stood up. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The air in my room suddenly felt 20 degrees colder. Marcus, seriously, who is that? Is this some kind of prank? I somehow found my voice. Elise, what do you see? My words came out as a whisper. She leaned closer to her screen. There's someone in a black hood or something standing right behind you. I can't see their face. Is this a joke? Because it's not funny. My mouth went completely dry. What's it doing? Just standing there. Marcus, you're freaking me out. Turn around. I couldn't. My entire body was frozen with fear. It's moving, she said suddenly, her voice rising. Marcus, it's moving closer to you. I launched myself off my chair so hard I knocked it over, spinning around and backing against the wall. My room was empty, but the door that had been closed was now wide open, showing the dark hallway beyond. It's gone, Elise said, her voice small. It just disappeared when you got up. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and turned on the flashlight, scanning every corner of my room. Nothing. I checked the closet, under the bed, behind the curtains. Nothing. I need to check the rest of the house, I told her, my voice cracking. My dad could come over. No, I said, even though every fiber of my being was screaming for help. Just stay on the call with me. I crept through the entire house, turning on every light as I went. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. Every shadow looked like a figure in a cloak. Every creak of the old house sounded like whispers. But there was nothing there. At least, nothing I could see. When I finally made it back to my room, Elise looked pale. Marcus, what the hell was that? You're scaring me. And then I told her everything. About seeing this figure for months. About the whispering. About how it never got close enough to touch me, but was always watching. I expected her to laugh, to tell me I was crazy or making it up. Instead, she said, I believe you. I saw it too. Those words should have been comforting. They weren't, because now I knew for sure I wasn't imagining things, which meant this was real. There really was something following me. Has it ever done anything? She asked. Besides just watching? I shook my head. No, it just stands there, but lately it's been getting closer and moving faster. What do you mean faster? Sometimes I'll see it at the end of a hallway and I'll blink, and suddenly it's halfway down the hall. Or I'll see it outside, and then suddenly it's right at the window. It's like it doesn't actually walk. It just appears in different spots. Elise stayed on video chat with me until 2 in the morning. We kept the conversation on normal topics, trying to pretend everything was fine, but we both kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see it again. After we finally hung up, I was too afraid to sleep. I sat with my back against the headboard, every light in my room blazing, staring at my bedroom door. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke up to sunlight streaming through my window. For a moment, I felt relief. Then I noticed my bedroom door was open again. I got up and went to the bathroom to splash water on my face. As I looked in the mirror, I saw something dark move in the reflection, just at the edge of the doorway behind me. I spun around. Nothing there. I went downstairs to make coffee, desperate for caffeine. As the pot was brewing, I heard it. That familiar whisper. It seemed to be coming from right beside my ear this time, closer than ever before. I couldn't make out words, but the sound made my skin crawl. When my mom got home around noon, I nearly broke down crying. I was so relieved not to be alone anymore. I wanted to tell her everything, but I was afraid she'd think I was losing my mind. Maybe I am. That night, I woke up at exactly 3:15. My room was pitch black. The nightlight I'd turned on was out. But I could make out a shape standing at the foot of my bed, taller than before, closer than ever. The hood was tilted slightly like it was studying me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just lay there, paralyzed, as it slowly raised what might have been an arm. The whispering started again, louder this time, but still unintelligible. I must have passed out from fear, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. My mom was shaking me awake, asking why I was sleeping on the floor of her bedroom. I had no memory of going there. That was 3 days ago. I see it everywhere now. It's never more than a few feet away. The whispers are constant. Last night, for just a second, I thought I could understand a word. My name. Elise hasn't seen it again on our calls, but she says I look terrible, like I haven't slept in weeks. She's right. I haven't. I can't. I'm writing this from the public library because I can't stand being in my house anymore. But even here, I can see it. Standing between the bookshelves, watching, waiting. For what, I don't know. It's moving again, coming closer. The person sitting across from me doesn't see it, but it's right there, leaning over their shoulder now, that empty hood pointed directly at me. The whispering is getting louder. I don't know what to do. I don't know what it wants. But I know it's not going to keep its distance much longer. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen soon. I can feel it. If anyone has experienced something like this or knows what this thing might be, please help me. I don't think I have much time left before... Story 12. I never thought I'd be writing something like this, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and I still can't explain it. My husband Nathan thinks it was his mom's ghost, but I'm not so sure. I mean, I believe in that stuff to an extent, but my brain wants a logical explanation. I just can't find one. For context, I live in Pine Grove, a small rural town where everyone knows everyone. It's just me, my husband Nathan, his dad Walter, who lives with us, and our 3 German shepherds, Titan, Luna, and Max. Titan is my service dog. He's oversized for his breed and has been by my side for 6 years now. He's trained to help with my anxiety disorder and has never failed me. Until that day. It was a Tuesday afternoon, around 2 o'clock. Nathan was at work, and Walter had gone to visit his sister in Riverdale, about 2 hours away. I was alone with the dogs, working on my laptop at the kitchen table. Our house is old, like early 1900s old, with all the creaks and quirks that come with a century-old farmhouse. I'm used to the normal sounds, the heating system kicking on, the windows rattling when it's windy, the roof settling on cold nights. But what I heard that day wasn't a normal house sound. I was in the middle of answering work emails when I heard our front door open. Our front door has this very distinctive sound. It's heavy oak with original hinges that squeak no matter how much WD-40 we spray on them. The sound is unmistakable. A long, drawn-out kriak followed by the thud of the door hitting the wall because the doorstop broke years ago and Nathan keeps forgetting to fix it. At first I thought it was Walter coming home early. Maybe his sister had an appointment or something came up. I didn't call out because I was finishing an important email, but I remember glancing at Titan, who was asleep under the table at my feet. Then I heard footsteps in the foyer. Slow, deliberate footsteps on our hardwood floors. They weren't rushed or sneaky, just normal walking. Step, step, step. The sound of shoes on wood. That's when Titan woke up. I'll never forget the look on his face as long as I live. His eyes snapped open and they were wrong. They were bulging, whites showing all around. I've never seen him look like that before. Not during thunderstorms, not when he's encountered aggressive dogs, not even when he got hurt at the park last year and needed stitches. The footsteps continued from the foyer into the living room, which connects to the kitchen where I was sitting. Titan sat up, his whole body trembling. He let out this confused whimper, not a growl, not a bark, just this pitiful sound I'd never heard from him before. I whispered, "Titan, what's wrong? Is it just Walter?" But the footsteps weren't heading toward the kitchen. They moved across the living room toward the back of the house, where our mudroom and back door are located. Titan's eyes followed the sound, his head turning slowly as the footsteps moved. His ears were perked up, but his tail was tucked between his legs. Then something even stranger happened. All three dogs suddenly bolted for their doggy door, even Titan, who abandoned his post at my feet. This was actually normal behavior when someone came home. Our dogs always run outside to meet family members at the back door, circling around the outside of the house to greet them. It's their excited routine. So when they did this, I figured it really was Walter. Maybe he'd parked in the back for some reason. I still felt uneasy because of Titan's reaction, but I tried to calm myself down. I stood up and walked to the kitchen window that overlooks the backyard. All three dogs were standing at the back door, wagging their tails, looking expectantly at the door, but no one came out. After about a minute, they all seemed confused. Luna and Max started sniffing around the door, while Titan stood rigidly, staring at the door. Eventually, all three came back inside through the doggy door, but the footsteps hadn't stopped. They were still moving around in the mudroom area. Step, 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 pause, step, step. I was frozen in place. I wanted to call out Walter, but something stopped me. Some primal instinct told me to stay quiet. Titan had returned to my side, pressing his body against my leg so hard I almost lost my balance. He was shaking violently. For the next 15 minutes, I know because I kept checking the time on my phone, debating whether to call Nathan or the police. The footsteps moved around our house, from the mudroom to the living room, from the living room to the hallway, from the hallway to the spare bedroom, never entering the kitchen where I stood paralyzed with Titan glued to my leg. Luna and Max seemed confused but not terrified like Titan. They kept looking toward the sounds, heads tilted, occasionally whining, but Titan, God, I've never seen him like that. His training completely abandoned him. This dog who would face down anything to protect me was reduced to a trembling, whimpering mess. Then, as suddenly as they started, the footsteps stopped. No sound of a door opening or closing, no more creaks or thuds, just silence. I waited 5 minutes before I moved. My legs were stiff from standing so still. When I finally worked up the courage to check the house, I couldn't make myself go alone. I kept Titan with me, though he was useless in his state of fear. We checked every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing, no one. All doors were still locked from the inside, all windows closed, nothing missing or disturbed. By this point, I'd convinced myself I had imagined it all. Maybe it was the house settling in a weird way. Maybe a squirrel got in the attic. Maybe my anxiety was creating auditory hallucinations, though I've never experienced that before. The only thing I couldn't explain was Titan's reaction. He remained anxious for the rest of the afternoon, refusing to leave my side, jumping at every small noise. When Nathan got home around 4:30, I was sitting on the couch with all three dogs piled around me. I must have looked as freaked out as I felt because the first thing he said was, "What's wrong?" Before I could answer, he noticed something on the living room floor. A large, wet spot on the hardwood where Titan had been, lying earlier. My 60-pound, professionally trained service dog had urinated on himself out of fear. Something he hadn't done since he was an 8-week-old puppy. That's when I broke down and told Nathan everything. About the footsteps, about Titan's reaction, about the dogs running to greet someone who wasn't there. Nathan immediately called his dad. Walter confirmed he'd been at his sister's place all day and wouldn't be home until dinner. He wasn't anywhere near our house when I heard the footsteps. Nathan and I searched the house again, this time checking for signs of forced entry, looking in the attic, the basement, everywhere. Nothing. No explanation. That's when Nathan said something that made my blood run cold. It was probably my mom. Nathan's mother died in this house 16 years ago. She had a heart attack in the upstairs hallway. I never met her. Nathan and I have only been together for 8 years. But I've seen pictures. By all accounts, she was a loving, protective woman who adored her son and husband. Nathan believes she's still here sometimes. He says he's felt her presence on occasion, especially during difficult times. Walter believes it too. They've both mentioned small things over the years. Items moved, the smell of her perfume, lights turning on or off. I've never experienced anything like that until now, and the timing is, well, it's uncomfortable. The night before this happened, Nathan and I had the worst argument of our marriage. It was about something stupid, finances and how to handle Walter's increasing need for care as he ages. We both said things we didn't mean. We went to bed angry, something we never do. Nathan thinks his mother was making her presence known, perhaps upset about our fight or trying to remind us what's important. Walter agrees with this theory. I don't know what to think. I've always considered myself open to the supernatural while still being grounded in science. But this experience has shaken me to my core. I can explain away almost everything except for one thing: Titan's reaction. Service dogs are trained to remain calm in all situations. They don't react to noises, other animals, or distractions. Their focus remains on their handler. Titan has been through intensive training and has performed flawlessly for years. Until that day. What could make a highly trained service dog completely abandon his training? What could terrify him so much that he'd soil himself? What did he sense or see that I couldn't? It's been 3 weeks, and I'm still jumpy in my own home. I hate being alone here. Titan has mostly returned to normal, but he's more alert, more vigilant. Sometimes he still stares at empty doorways or hallways as if he's watching something move. I don't know if it was Nathan's mother checking in on us. I don't know if it was some kind of intruder who managed to vanish without a trace. I don't know if it was something else entirely. All I know is that whatever walked through my house that day wasn't normal. And the fact that I can't explain it, that I'll probably never be able to explain it, is what keeps me up at night. Story 13. I've been wanting to get this off my chest for a while. My husband says writing it down might help, so here goes. I'm not looking for explanations. I've gone down that rabbit hole already. I just need to tell someone who might understand. Noah and I got married last June. We were so excited to start our lives together in our first home, a little 2-story with blue shutters on Maple Street. Nothing fancy, but it was ours. The previous owners were an elderly couple who moved to Florida to be closer to their grandkids. Normal stuff, normal house, or so we thought. The first few weeks were what you'd expect. Unpacking boxes, arguing about where furniture should go, and enjoying takeout on our living room floor. But around week 3, I noticed something off. I was alone downstairs one evening while Noah was showering upstairs. I heard the distinct sound of footsteps on the hardwood floor above me, moving from our bedroom toward the stairs. I assumed Noah had finished his shower, but the water was still running. I called up to him but got no response. "Noah!" I tried again, louder this time. The footsteps stopped. The shower continued running. When Noah came down 20 minutes later, I asked him if he'd gotten out of the shower earlier. He looked at me funny and said no, he'd been in there the whole time. I brushed it off. Old houses make noise, right? That's what everyone says. A few days later, I was working from home while Noah was at the office. Around 2 in the afternoon, I heard the floor creaking in our bedroom, directly above my makeshift office in the dining room. It wasn't just a random creak. It was rhythmic, like someone walking slowly back and forth. I froze in my chair, heart racing. Our cat Milo was curled up next to me, so it wasn't him. I was completely alone. I called Noah, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's just settling noises," he assured me. "That house is what, 50 years old? It's going to make sounds." I wanted to believe him. I really did. The bathroom was where things got weirder. We have one of those older toilets with the tank on top and a metal flush lever. Multiple times, both Noah and I would be sitting in the living room and hear the toilet flush. The first couple times, we blamed each other. But then it happened when we were both in the same room, both visible to each other. One Sunday, my parents came over for lunch. We were all chatting in the kitchen when we heard the toilet flush upstairs. My dad joked, Got a ghost using your facilities? Noah laughed it off, but I felt sick to my stomach. My mum must have noticed my face because she said she'd used it earlier, and sometimes it does a double flush if you don't push the handle all the way. I nodded and smiled, but I knew she was just trying to make me feel better. After they left, Noah admitted he'd noticed the toilet flushing on its own at least 5 times that week. We checked for leaks, had a plumber look at it. Nothing wrong. Mechanically perfect, he said. Then things started disappearing. Not valuable things, just random everyday stuff. My hairbrush would vanish from the bathroom counter only to reappear exactly where I'd left it hours later. Noah's glasses would disappear from his nightstand and we'd tear the house apart looking for them. Then they'd be right back on the nightstand the next morning. I started to feel like I was losing my mind. Noah suggested we were both just stressed and not paying attention to where we put things. Maybe he was right, but I couldn't explain away the feeling of being watched. It started about 2 months after we moved in. I'd be alone in the house, usually in the kitchen or living room, and suddenly feel a presence behind me. Not just the vague unease you get sometimes, this was specific. I would feel someone standing directly behind my right shoulder. Every time, I'd whip around, heart pounding, to find empty space. Noah didn't experience this, but he had his own weird occurrences. He'd feel his phone vibrate in his pocket, pull it out to check, and find no notifications. This happened so often, he started leaving his phone on the table instead of in his pocket. But then he'd still feel that phantom vibration against his thigh, sometimes even when his phone was charging in another room. One night in November, we were watching a movie when we both heard a loud crash from upstairs, like something heavy had fallen. We ran up to check, expecting to find a collapsed shelf or toppled furniture. Nothing. Every room was exactly as we'd left it. No fallen objects, nothing out of place. Maybe it came from outside, Noah suggested, but we both knew it had come from inside our house. That night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to what sounded like static, electricity crackling directly in my right ear. It was so loud and so close that I yelped and jumped out of bed, waking Noah. The sound stopped immediately. "What's wrong?" he asked, groggy and confused. I explained what I'd heard, and he looked concerned, but suggested it might have been a dream. I didn't argue, but I knew I hadn't been dreaming. The sound was too real, too physical. I could still feel the sensation in my ear, like tiny electrical pops right against my eardrum. After that night, things escalated. The footsteps became more frequent. Sometimes they'd follow me from room to room. If I was in the kitchen, they'd be in the dining room. If I moved to the living room, they'd be in the hallway. Always just one room away. The static sounds continued too, always in my right ear, always when I was alone. Sometimes it would be a quick burst, other times a sustained crackle that lasted several seconds. I started wearing earbuds around the house, playing music to drown it out. One particularly bad day in December, I was home alone again. I'd been hearing the footsteps all morning, following me throughout the house. I was trying to ignore them, focusing on my work, when suddenly every single faucet in the house turned on simultaneously. The kitchen sink, both bathroom sinks, the bathtub, the shower. I ran from room to room, shutting them off, only to hear them turn back on behind me. When Noah got home, he found me sitting in my car in the driveway, refusing to go back inside. I must have looked like a complete mess. He went in to check and found all the faucets off. No water damage, no sign anything had happened. That's when we decided to call someone. Neither of us is particularly religious, but Noah's aunt suggested a priest. At that point, I was willing to try anything. Father Thomas came the following weekend. He was kind, didn't make us feel crazy, and listened to our experiences without judgment. He blessed the house, sprinkled holy water in each room, and said some prayers. I don't know what I expected. Maybe a dramatic scene like in the movies with wailing and objects flying. But it was quiet, respectful, and honestly a bit anticlimactic. But it worked. For about 3 weeks, the house was completely normal. No footsteps, no phantom vibrations, no static in my ear. We started to relax, even laugh about our ghost phase. Then we made a mistake. We took a weekend trip to visit Noah's parents, leaving the house empty for 3 days. When we returned Sunday evening, the moment I stepped through the front door, I knew something was wrong. The air felt heavy, charged somehow. That night, everything came back with a vengeance. The footsteps weren't just walking now. They were running, back and forth, up and down the hallway. Objects didn't just disappear, they moved right in front of us. I watched my coffee mug slide across the kitchen counter by itself, stopping just short of the edge. The static in my ear became words, or almost words, unintelligible whispers that I could almost understand, but not quite, like someone speaking just below the threshold of comprehension. Noah started experiencing it too. He'd feel cold hands on his shoulders when he was alone. He'd see movement out of the corner of his eye, shadows that shouldn't be there. We talked about moving, but we'd sunk everything we had into this house. We couldn't afford to leave, so I went back to basics. My grandmother was deeply religious, and while I hadn't practiced much as an adult, I remembered the prayers she taught me. I started praying in each room every night before bed. Nothing fancy, just simple, heartfelt prayers, asking for protection and peace. I placed small crosses, just simple ones I made from twigs, in each room. I would walk through the house each morning and evening, asking whatever was there to leave us in peace. To my surprise, it helped. Gradually, the activity lessened. The footsteps became less frequent, then stopped altogether. The static in my ear faded. Objects stayed put. It's been 4 months now since I started this routine. The house isn't completely normal. I still occasionally feel that presence behind my right shoulder, and Noah still gets phantom phone vibrations. But it's manageable. It's like whatever is here has agreed to a truce. We still don't know what caused all this. We checked our carbon monoxide detectors, had our water tested for contaminants, even had our electrical system inspected for issues that might cause hallucinations. Everything came back normal. Neither of us has any history of mental health issues or was on medication that could explain what we experienced. Sometimes I wonder about the elderly couple who lived here before us. Did they experience these things too? Is that why they really moved? I've thought about tracking them down to ask, but Noah thinks that's a bad idea. If things are better now, why rock the boat, he says. So here we are, living in a house that isn't quite ours alone. I've made peace with it for now. The prayers seem to keep things quiet, so I keep doing them. I don't know if it's a ghost or something else entirely. I just know what we experienced was real, and I can't explain it. Last night I was alone downstairs while Noah was working late. I felt that familiar presence behind my right shoulder, but instead of the usual fear, I just felt tired. I said out loud, "I live here now. You live here too. Let's just coexist, okay?" The pressure lifted immediately. A coincidence maybe, or maybe whatever is here finally heard me. I don't have a neat conclusion to this story. No dramatic exorcism, no discovery of a tragic past explaining everything. Just a house with something extra in it and 2 people trying to make it work. If anyone has experienced something similar, I'd appreciate hearing about it. Sometimes I still feel like I'm losing my mind, despite what Noah and I both witnessed. Thanks for reading. It helps just to put it into words. Story 14. I never believed in ghosts. Not until last year, anyway. Now I'm not so sure about anything anymore. I had been bartending for 13 years without incident. I've worked in dive bars, nightclubs, fancy cocktail places, you name it. I've seen just about everything the service industry can throw at you. Fights, puking customers, entitled rich people, the works. None of it ever really got to me. I always prided myself on staying cool under pressure. That all changed 6 months ago when I took a job at this bar in Las Vegas. I won't name it directly, but if you've seen the Ghost Adventures episode about the Chinatown poltergeist, then you know exactly which place I'm talking about. The interview process seemed normal enough. The pay was decent, the hours worked with my schedule, and the location was convenient. The manager, let's call him Rick, seemed like a straight shooter. As we were wrapping up, he cleared his throat and got this weird look on his face. "There's something else you should know," he said. "This place has a history." I figured he meant it was a mob hangout or something. This is Vegas after all. "The bar is haunted," he said flatly. "I'm not joking. We've had paranormal investigators here. It was even on TV. Most of the activity seems to center around the storage area and back bar. We've had incidents." I nearly laughed, thinking it was some kind of test to see how I'd react. But Rick wasn't smiling. He explained that previous staff had reported all kinds of strange occurrences: glasses flying off shelves, bottles mysteriously emptying, personal items going missing only to reappear in bizarre places days later. "We think there's at least two entities," he continued. "An old man who's mostly harmless but mischievous, and a little girl who can be less friendly." I nodded along, thinking this was just a quirky workplace thing, like how some restaurants claim to have a resident ghost to add character. Maybe it was even a marketing gimmick, considering the TV show appearance. "There's also the artifacts," Rick added, lowering his voice. "The owner collects unusual items." He pointed to a glass case near the end of the bar. Inside was what looked like a shrunken head. Next to it was an ornate knife that Rick claimed still had traces of human blood on it. And in a small decorative box on a high shelf was what he said was some of Aleister Crowley's ashes. "One guy who worked here, Jeff, he made fun of the shrunken head, called it a fake, flicked the display case. That night, after closing, something threw him to the ground. He quit the next day. I took the job anyway. The pay was too good to pass up, and I figured the ghost stories were just that, stories. Besides, I've never been superstitious. For the first few weeks, everything was fine. I closed the bar alone several times, and nothing unusual happened. No disembodied voices, no objects moving on their own, nothing. I started to think the whole haunted angle was just to attract customers. But then things began to change. And not in the way I expected. It wasn't like the movies. No sudden apparitions or dramatic poltergeist activity. It was more subtle, insidious even. I started feeling angry all the time. Not just irritated or stressed, but filled with this inexplicable rage that would bubble up out of nowhere. I'd snap at customers over the smallest things. A customer asking for a drink recommendation, or someone taking too long to order. This wasn't like me at all. In 13 years of bartending, I'd never had problems controlling my temper. One night, a woman asked me to remake her cocktail because it was too strong. Perfectly reasonable request. But I felt this surge of fury wash over me. I didn't yell, but my response was so cold and hostile that she looked genuinely frightened. Her friend complained to management. Rick pulled me aside after that incident. "You okay, Daniel? That's not like you." I couldn't explain it. I felt fine one moment, then blindingly angry the next. It wasn't stress or personal problems. My life outside work was actually going pretty well. There was no logical reason for these mood swings. Then the physical symptoms started. First, I developed this weird rash on my forearms. It would come and go, sometimes appearing while I was at work and disappearing by the time I got home. The doctor diagnosed it as dermatographia, but couldn't explain why it was happening suddenly or what triggered it. The worst was my back. I've had a herniated disc for years, but it had been manageable with occasional physical therapy and avoiding certain movements. But about 3 months into working at the bar, the pain became unbearable. I'd be fine all day, then the moment I stepped behind the bar, it felt like someone was driving a hot poker into my spine. One night, I was alone in the storage room taking inventory. The pain hit me so suddenly and severely that I dropped to my knees, gasping. As I knelt there, I swear I heard a child's laughter, faint but distinct, coming from the corner of the room. When I looked up, there was nothing there, but the temperature had dropped so much I could see my breath. I told myself it was just the old building's ventilation system acting up, that the laughter was just my imagination triggered by the stories I'd heard. But deep down, I knew better. The physical and mental symptoms kept escalating. I developed insomnia, often lying awake until 4 or 5 in the morning, feeling like someone was watching me. When I did sleep, I had nightmares about being trapped in the bar while something hunted me through the darkness. My friends started commenting on how different I seemed. My girlfriend at the time said it was like I was possessed by someone else when I came home from work. We broke up after I exploded at her over something trivial. I don't even remember what now. The final straw came about 5 months into the job. We were closing up, and I was alone behind the bar while the servers counted their tips in the dining area. I reached for a bottle of whiskey on the top shelf, and as my hand touched it, I felt what I can only describe as ice-cold fingers wrap around my wrist. I yanked my hand back so violently that I knocked over several bottles. One of the servers came running over, asking what happened. I couldn't speak. I just stood there, staring at my wrist, which now had 4 distinct red marks on it, like someone had dug their fingernails into my skin. The next day, Rick called me into his office. Customer complaints had been piling up about my attitude. My till had been coming up short, though I swear I never took a penny. The broken bottles from the night before were the last straw. He let me go. I should have felt relieved to be done with that place. Instead, I spiraled. The anger didn't stop when I left the job. It got worse. I started having panic attacks, something I'd never experienced before. I became paranoid, convinced something had followed me home from the bar. For weeks, I barely left my apartment. I lost weight, couldn't sleep, jumped at every noise. My doctor prescribed anxiety medication, but it barely took the edge off. This wasn't normal anxiety. It felt external somehow, like something was pressing down on me. Out of desperation, I turned to solutions I would have scoffed at before. I started praying. I found a local spiritual healer who performed a cleansing ritual on me and my apartment. I even contacted a priest who was surprisingly understanding and gave me blessed salt to put around my doorways. Gradually, things improved. The anger subsided. The panic attacks became less frequent. The rash disappeared, and my back pain returned to its previous manageable level. After about 2 months, I started feeling like myself again. Then, just as I was putting it all behind me, I got a text from Rick. "Hope you're doing better," it read. "Just wanted to say sorry about how things ended. This place has weird energies. You're not the first person it's affected like that." I asked him what he meant, and he explained that the bar had an unusually high turnover rate. Most employees lasted 6 months or less. Many left citing health issues, relationship problems, or sudden personality changes. One bartender who'd been there almost 8 months had been hospitalized for what doctors called a nervous breakdown. "The longer people stay, the worse it gets," Rick wrote. "I only stick around because I'm not here as much, and I've learned how to protect myself." When I asked why he hadn't warned me more explicitly during the interview, he simply responded, "Would you have believed me?" He was right. I wouldn't have. It's been almost a year now since I left that place. I'm working at a new bar across town, and things are back to normal. But sometimes, when I'm alone late at night, I can still feel that cold touch on my wrist. Sometimes I still wake up from nightmares about that storage room. I've watched that Ghost Adventures episode several times since then. They captured some compelling evidence, but nothing that shows the true nature of what's in that building. It's not just making glasses move or producing disembodied voices. Whatever is there doesn't just haunt the building. It gets inside you, changes you, breaks you down piece by piece. I don't know if it's the entities themselves or the disturbing artifacts giving off negative energy. Maybe it's both. But I'm convinced now that place was systematically destroying me from the inside out, and if I'd stayed much longer, there might not have been anything left of the real me to save. The bar is still open, still serving drinks, still collecting new employees who have no idea what they're walking into. And sometimes I wonder how many people like me are out there trying to piece themselves back together after brushing up against whatever malevolent force resides within those walls. Story 15. But today, I still can't explain what happened that morning in Florence. It's been 8 months since our trip to Italy, and I've gone back and forth about sharing this. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural. I work in finance, for crying out loud. Numbers, facts, spreadsheets. That's my world. But what I experienced in that hotel room has stayed with me crystal clear, while other memories from our vacation have already started to fade. My wife Lauren and I had been planning this trip for years. We saved up, researched everything, and finally booked 2 weeks in Italy last May. Florence was our second stop after Rome. Our first night there, we stayed in this sleek, modern hotel with all the amenities. You know, the kind with digital key cards and those fancy rainfall showers. Nice place, but completely forgettable. It had a decent view of the Duomo, but felt like it could have been anywhere in the world. For our second night, we'd booked something different. Lauren loves history and architecture, so she found this place in an old building just a short walk from the Uffizi Gallery. When we checked in, I remember thinking how different it felt from the previous hotel. The lobby had these massive wooden beams across the ceiling, uneven terracotta floors that creaked with every step, and walls so thick you couldn't hear the street noise outside. The elderly man at reception spoke decent English and seemed genuinely excited to tell us about the building's history while he processed our reservation. Apparently, it had originally been built in the 1500s as a residence for some wealthy merchant family. Over the centuries, it had been repurposed several times. A convent during the 1700s, then a sanitarium, later a psychiatric asylum for a brief period in the 19th century, and eventually a hospital, before being converted into a hotel in the 1980s. Many stories in these walls, he said with a smile that seemed to suggest he knew more than he was telling. Our room was on the 3rd floor, up a narrow staircase with worn marble steps. The elevator was tiny and looked like it had been installed decades ago, so we decided to walk. The hallway was dimly lit with sconces that cast long shadows across the dark red carpet. Our room, number 327, was at the end of the corridor. Inside, it was charming in that distinctly European way. High ceilings, tall windows with heavy drapes, antique furniture that didn't quite match, but somehow worked together. The bathroom had been modernized, thankfully, but the rest of the room felt like stepping back in time. Lauren was thrilled. She kept pointing out original details, the ornate ceiling medallion, the ceramic tile around the fireplace, now sealed up, the warped glass in the windows that distorted the view of the street below. We spent that day doing typical tourist stuff, the Uffizi Gallery, the Ponte Vecchio, the Boboli Gardens. By evening, we were exhausted from walking. We had dinner at this little place on a side street where barely anyone spoke English, which made us feel like we'd found somewhere authentic. We shared a bottle of Chianti and walked back to our hotel around 11, slightly tipsy and happy. I remember noticing how different the building felt at night. During the day, the old architecture seemed quaint and historical, but in the darkness, with just those dim wall sconces lighting the corridors, it felt heavier somehow. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence more complete. Our footsteps echoed as we walked to our room. We fell asleep almost immediately. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, despite being antique-looking with a wrought iron frame. The last thing I remember before drifting off was the distant sound of church bells marking midnight. I woke up suddenly. The room was still, dark, but that pre-dawn grayish light was just starting to seep through the curtains. You know that weird moment when you wake up in an unfamiliar place and don't immediately remember where you are? I had that for about 3 seconds before remembering we were in Florence. What woke me wasn't a sound. It wasn't Lauren moving beside me. It was a feeling, like when you sense someone watching you. My eyes adjusted to the dim light, and that's when I saw her. There was a woman standing in the corner of the room between the window and an old wooden dresser. My first thought wasn't fear or panic. It was simply confusion. Had someone entered our room? Was I dreaming? But within moments, I realized this wasn't an ordinary person. She wasn't completely solid. I could make out the vague outline of the window frame through her form, but she wasn't transparent either. She existed somewhere in between, like someone had adjusted her opacity to about 70%. She wore what looked like a simple white dress, or maybe a nightgown. It wasn't elaborate or from any specific time period I could identify. Her hair was light, blonde or maybe light brown. It was hard to tell in the dim light, and it fell past her shoulders in loose waves. Her skin was fair, and her features were soft. She appeared to be in her 30s maybe, though again it was difficult to be certain. What struck me most was her expression. She was smiling, not in a creepy or threatening way, but warmly, tenderly, almost comfortingly, like someone watching over a sleeping child. Her eyes met mine, and I knew instantly that she was aware I could see her. Here's the thing, I wasn't scared, not even a little bit. It makes no sense, I know. If you'd asked me before that morning how I'd react to seeing a ghost, I'd have said I'd lose my mind with fear. But in that moment, I felt completely calm. There was nothing threatening about her presence. If anything, it felt peaceful. We just looked at each other for what must have been a minute or two, though time felt strange. I didn't speak, neither did she, but it wasn't an uncomfortable silence. It felt more like we were communicating without words. I had this overwhelming sense that she meant no harm, that she was simply there, existing in the same space as us, if only for a moment. Lauren stirred beside me, mumbling something in her sleep. Without breaking eye contact with the figure, I whispered, "Lauren, there's someone here." She muttered, half asleep. "There's a lady standing in our room," I said quietly, still looking at the apparition. Lauren sat up groggily and looked in the direction I was staring. "Where? I don't see anyone." And just as Lauren was fully waking up, the figure began to move, not walking exactly, more like drifting backward. She maintained that gentle smile, her eyes still on mine, and then she simply faded into the wall. Not dramatically or suddenly, but gradually, like fog dissipating. "She was just there," I said, pointing to the now empty corner, "a woman in white, standing right there watching us." Lauren turned on the bedside lamp and looked at me with concern. "Are you serious? You actually saw someone?" I described exactly what I'd seen. The semi-transparent figure, the white dress, the light hair, the smile. Lauren searched the room, checking behind the curtains, looking in the bathroom, even getting on her hands and knees to look under the bed. Of course, there was nothing. "Maybe it was just a dream," she suggested, though I could tell she wasn't convinced by her own explanation. I've never been one to remember my dreams, and this felt nothing like dreaming. It was vivid, clear, present in a way dreams never are. We didn't get back to sleep. We just sat up talking until the sun fully rose. Lauren wasn't dismissive. She knows I'm not the type to make things up or exaggerate, but she was definitely skeptical. I couldn't blame her. I would have been skeptical too if our positions had been reversed. At breakfast in the hotel's small dining room, I was still thinking about the encounter. I felt compelled to mention it to someone who might know something, so when we went to check out, I casually asked the front desk clerk, a different person from the night before, a woman in her 40s, if the hotel had any, well, ghost stories. Her reaction wasn't what I expected. Instead of laughing or looking confused, she smiled knowingly and opened a drawer behind the counter. You saw her, yes? The lady in white? My mouth literally dropped open. You know about her? She nodded and pulled out a folder. Many guests have seen her over the years. Was she in your room or the hallway? In our room, in the corner by the window. Ah, yes, room 327. She visits there often. She slid a form across the counter toward me. If you'd like, you can fill this out. We keep records of the encounters. I stared at the paper in disbelief. It was an actual form, with spaces for the date, time, room number, and details of what was seen. At the top, it read, Paranormal Experience Documentation, in both Italian and English. You have a form for this? I asked, still processing the fact that what I'd experienced was apparently common enough to warrant paperwork. We've had it for years, she replied casually, as if we were discussing breakfast options rather than ghosts. The Lady of Florence, we call her. She's been seen by guests and staff since the hotel opened. Always kind, always watching, never harmful. Do you know who she was? Lauren asked, now fully engaged in the conversation. The clerk shrugged. There are theories. Some say she was a nun from when this was a convent. Others think she was a nurse or doctor from its hospital days. A few believe she was a patient in the asylum period. No one knows for certain. I looked at the form, feeling strangely validated. I wasn't losing my mind. I wasn't alone in what I'd experienced. Would you like to document your encounter? The clerk asked. After a moment's consideration, I shook my head. No, I don't think so. It felt too personal somehow, too intimate to reduce to checkboxes and brief descriptions. We left the hotel shortly after, continuing our Italian vacation. We visited Venice, the Amalfi Coast, and ended in Sicily before flying home. We saw incredible art, ate amazing food, took hundreds of photos. But nothing from the rest of that trip, as wonderful as it was, stayed with me the way that brief encounter did. I've thought about it almost daily since then. The Lady of Florence, with her gentle smile and watchful presence. I've researched the building's history, trying to piece together who she might have been. I've even considered emailing the hotel to ask for more information about similar encounters. But part of me wants to leave it as it is. Unexplained, mysterious, a moment outside the ordinary that I can't fully understand. I'm still not sure I believe in ghosts, not in the traditional sense. But I know what I saw that morning in Florence was real, and whoever she was, she didn't feel like something to fear. She felt like a guardian, a witness, someone who belonged in that space as much as any living person. I wonder sometimes if I'll ever see her again, if we ever return to Florence, to that same hotel, to room 327. Would she appear once more? Would she remember me as I remember her? These questions probably don't have answers, but they stay with me nonetheless. All I know for certain is that for a few minutes in a centuries-old building in Florence, I shared a room with someone who defied explanation, and despite everything I thought I knew about the world, it felt completely natural, as if the veil between what we understand and what we don't had momentarily thinned, allowing us to glimpse each other across whatever divide separates us. Story 16. I never believed in ghosts, ever. Not as a kid, not as an adult, and definitely not when I started working as a custodian at Elmwood College 3 years ago. The other cleaning staff would sometimes joke about haunted buildings on campus, especially the old library. I'd roll my eyes and tell them they were being ridiculous. Science can explain everything, I'd say. Old pipes, settling foundations, overactive imaginations. There's always a logical explanation. Last month, that certainty came crashing down around me, and I still can't make sense of what happened. It started when my supervisor Diane asked if I could cover the library shift for a week while Ron was on vacation. I didn't mind. The library was actually one of the easier buildings to clean. 4 floors, mostly open spaces, and the students generally kept it tidy. The only downside was the early start time. I had to be there at 4 in the morning to make sure everything was clean before the library opened at 8. The first 3 days went fine. The building was old, built in 1930-something, so it had its share of creaks and groans, but nothing that bothered me. I'd start at the top floor and work my way down, finishing with the basement level, where there were some study rooms, storage areas, and a small bathroom. On the 4th day, a Thursday, I arrived at my usual time. It was still dark outside, that peculiar stillness that only exists in the early morning hours. I unlocked the main doors, disabled the alarm system, and flipped on the lights. Everything seemed normal. I gathered my cleaning cart from the supply closet and headed up to the 4th floor to begin my routine. The first 3 floors went quickly. I vacuumed the carpets, wiped down tables, and emptied trash cans. By 6:15, I was heading down to the basement. I usually saved it for last, because it was the creepiest part of the building, not because I believed in ghosts, but because the lighting was poor and there were no windows, just rows of metal shelving filled with old archives and journals nobody ever looked at. I had just started mopping the hallway when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of a toilet flushing. I froze, mop in hand. The basement bathroom was down the hall from where I stood, around a corner. I checked my watch, 6:23, way too early for any staff to be in the building. Maybe a student had somehow gotten in early. Sometimes they'd prop doors open, though the security team was usually good about checking that. I called out, "Hello, library's not open yet." My voice echoed down the empty hallway. No response. I continued mopping, but now I was listening intently. A few minutes later, I heard water running in a sink, then footsteps, light ones, moving around inside the bathroom. I put down my mop and walked toward the bathroom door, which was partly open. "Hello? Is someone in there?" I called again, louder this time. The water stopped. Complete silence followed. I stood there for a good minute, heart pounding harder than it should have been. I'm not easily scared, but something about this felt wrong. I pushed the door open slightly with my fingertips. From my angle, I could see the row of sinks reflected in the mirror, but not the stalls. No one was visible. Just as I was about to step inside to check, I heard it again. Movement inside one of the stalls, the distinct sound of a stall door swinging on its hinges, but I couldn't see anyone. That's when I backed away and called Diane. I wasn't going in there alone. "Diane, it's me. I'm at the library and I think someone's in the building," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "What do you mean, it's not even 7 yet?" she replied, sounding groggy. "I know, but there's definitely someone in the basement bathroom. I can hear them moving around, flushing toilets. Are you sure it's not just the pipes? That building's ancient." "No, Diane. I've been working here long enough to know what pipes sound. Like this is a person. Can you come check it out? I don't want to confront someone alone." She sighed. "All right. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Just stay away from that area until I get there." I didn't need to be told twice. I went back upstairs to the main floor and waited by the entrance, watching for Diane's car through the glass doors. The whole time I kept telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe a homeless person had snuck in yesterday and spent the night. Maybe a student fell asleep studying and got locked in. Maybe another staff member came in early without telling anyone. When Diane finally arrived, I practically dragged her to the basement. The whole way down, I explained what I'd heard. She didn't seem particularly concerned, which annoyed me. "I'm telling you, someone's in there," I insisted as we approached the bathroom door. "I've been standing here for the past 10 minutes, and I haven't seen anyone leave, but they were definitely making noise before." Diane pushed the door open fully and walked in. I stayed in the doorway, watching as she checked each stall, pushing the doors open one by one. "There's nobody here," she said after checking the last one. "That's impossible. I heard them. They were walking around, flushing toilets, running water in the sink." She gave me a strange look. When's the last time you were in the library basement? I clean it every time I'm assigned to this building. Why? Diane walked past me into the hallway and pointed to a small brass plaque on the wall that I'd never noticed before. It was tarnished and easy to miss. In loving memory of Emily Wilson, 1963 to 1971, I read aloud. I don't understand. Diane sighed. Emily was the daughter of a professor who used to work here. One day he brought her to work with him because his wife was sick. Emily was playing near the elevator while her father was getting some books. Somehow, the doors opened without the elevator, car being there, and she fell down the shaft. She died right here in the basement. I felt a chill run down my spine. And you're telling me this because everyone who works here regularly knows about Emily. The library staff, the custodians who've been here a while, security. We've all experienced something at one point or another. Footsteps, toilets flushing, giggling sometimes, always in the basement, always near this bathroom. I stared at her in disbelief. You're saying a ghost child is flushing toilets in the bathroom? That's ridiculous. I'm not saying anything. I'm just telling you what happened and what other people have experienced. What you choose to believe is up to you. I was annoyed now. You could have warned me before I took this shift. Honestly, I didn't think it would be an issue. You're always so adamant about not believing in this stuff. I figured you'd just rationalize any noises you heard, and most of the time, nothing happens anyway. I looked back at the bathroom door, which was still standing open. From where we stood, I could see the sinks and the mirror, all perfectly still and normal. So what do I do if it happens again? I asked, hating how childish the question sounded. Diane shrugged. Most of us just say good morning to Emily when we come in. Tell her we're just here to work, and we'd appreciate it if she'd let us do our job in peace. Some people even ask her to help. I rolled my eyes. You can't be serious. Like I said, believe what you want. But it seems to work. We finished the rest of the cleaning together, and nothing else unusual happened. Diane left around 7:30, and I stayed until the library staff arrived to open up. I didn't tell anyone else about what happened. I figured they'd either think I was making it up, or they'd start with the ghost stories too. The next day, Friday, was my last day covering Ron's shift. I was determined to prove to myself that what I'd heard had a logical explanation. I arrived at 4 as usual and went through my routine, moving from the top floor down. When I reached the basement, it was just after 6. As I stepped off the stairs, I noticed the temperature drop several degrees. The basement was always cooler than the rest of the building, but this felt different, like walking into a refrigerator. I shivered and pulled my sweater tighter around me. The cleaning cart's wheels squeaked loudly in the silence as I pushed it down the hallway. I stopped near the bathroom, my eyes catching on the memorial plaque I'd never noticed before yesterday. Emily Wilson, 8 years old. I felt stupid even considering it, but Diane's words kept echoing in my head. I cleared my throat. "Good morning, Emily," I said quietly, feeling ridiculous. "I'm just here to clean, okay? I'll be out of your way soon." Silence. Of course. What was I expecting? I went about my work, mopping the hallway floor. As I got closer to the bathroom, I noticed the door was closed. I was sure I'd left it open yesterday. Just as I reached for the handle, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of a child giggling. I jerked my hand away from the door. The sound had come from inside the bathroom, clear as day, not a pipe noise, not the building settling, a child's laugh. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Is someone in there?" No answer, but I heard movement, the soft padding of small feet on tile. I should have walked away. I should have called Diane again. Instead, I pushed the door open. The bathroom was empty. All the stall doors were open. No one was there, but the air felt thick, heavy somehow, like the pressure before a thunderstorm. As I stood there, The faucet at the far end of the row of sinks turned on by itself. Water gushed out full force, steam rising from the hot water. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I watched, paralyzed, as the water ran for about 10 seconds, then shut off just as, suddenly, "Emily," I whispered, hardly believing I was saying it. The lights flickered once, twice, then steadied. I backed out of the bathroom slowly, never taking my eyes off that sink. When I reached the hallway, I turned and walked quickly, not quite running but close, to the stairs. I spent the rest of my shift on the main floor, cleaning areas I'd already done, until other staff started arriving. That was 3 weeks ago. Ron is back from vacation now, but somehow I keep getting assigned to the library. I requested a different building, but Diane just gave me a knowing look and said all the other shifts were covered. So now, every morning when I arrive at the library, I say good morning to Emily. I tell her what I'll be cleaning that day. Sometimes I even ask her to help me find things I've misplaced, a bottle of cleaner or my phone. And somehow, I always find them in obvious places I've already checked. I still tell everyone I don't believe in ghosts. What would they think if I suddenly changed my mind after years of scoffing at their stories? But every morning at 6, when I head down to that basement, I feel a little girl's presence watching me. Sometimes I hear her giggling when I drop something or make a mistake. Once, I even felt a small hand brush against mine when I was reaching for a light switch in the dark. Yesterday, I brought a small toy, a little rubber bouncy ball I found in the parking lot. I left it on the shelf next to her plaque. This morning, it was gone. I looked everywhere but couldn't find it. I've stopped trying to explain these things away. I don't know what happened to Emily Wilson all those years ago, whether her consciousness somehow remained in that basement, or if it's all just my imagination running wild. All I know is that I'm not alone in that library in the early morning hours, and whatever or whoever is there with me seems content just to have some company. I never tell anyone about these experiences. They'd either think I'm crazy, or they'd never let me hear the end of it after how adamantly I denied the possibility of ghosts. So I keep it to myself, this strange relationship I've developed with a presence I can't see, but somehow know is there. And every morning I still tell her not to bother me while I work. But now, I'm not sure if I really mean it. Story 17. I've been wanting to share this experience for years, but every time I start typing it out, I delete everything and close my laptop. It happened 11 years ago when I was 13, but I swear it feels like yesterday. My hands are literally shaking as I type this now. I grew up in a pretty normal suburban neighborhood in Michigan, nothing fancy, just your average middle-class area with decent schools and too many strip malls. Jordan had been my best friend since 3rd grade, and we were basically inseparable. When we weren't at each other's houses, we were FaceTiming constantly. This was back in 2011, when FaceTime was still pretty new and exciting for kids our age. It was a Friday night in October, and I was stuck at home because my parents had gone to some work dinner. They trusted me enough to stay home alone, which made me feel grown up, even though I was only 13. Jordan was supposed to come over, but her mom had last-minute plans, so we settled for FaceTiming instead. I remember it was around 8:30 in the evening. The house felt extra quiet that night. You know that feeling when you're alone and suddenly every little creak and groan of the house seems amplified? That's how it was. I had all the lights on and the TV playing in the background just to create some noise. Jordan and I had been on FaceTime for maybe an hour already, talking about the usual middle school drama, who liked who, which teacher gave too much homework, and planning our Halloween costumes. She was sitting at her vanity in her bedroom. I always envied that vanity. It was white with these cute little drawers and a big mirror. She had fairy lights strung around it that gave her room this warm glow. I was lying on my bed, propped up against some pillows with my phone held above my face. You know, that awkward angle that gives everyone a double chin. We were just laughing about something stupid when I noticed something weird happening on my screen. Jordan's chair, the one she was sitting on in front of her vanity, seemed to be moving, just slightly at first, like maybe she was shifting her weight or something. But then I realized the chair was actually sliding backward, away from the vanity. Jordan was still talking, completely unaware that she was moving. At first, I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me. Maybe the video was glitching or lagging, but the chair kept moving, slowly but steadily, pulling away from the vanity. Jordan's voice faded from my awareness as I focused on what I was seeing. "Jordan," I interrupted her mid-sentence. "Are you moving your chair?" She gave me a confused look. "What? No, I'm not moving." "Your chair is moving backward," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Her face changed. I'll never forget that look. Confusion turning to realization, turning to fear. She glanced down at her chair, then back at the camera. "I'm not moving it," she said, her voice suddenly quieter. "What do you mean it's moving?" "It's like sliding away from your vanity. Can't you feel it?" She shook her head, and I could see her gripping the edge of the vanity with one hand while still holding her phone with the other. "I don't feel anything, but—" She trailed off, looking down again. That's when things got really messed up. The chair suddenly jerked backward, much faster than before, pulling Jordan with it. She let out a yelp of surprise, scrambling to keep her balance. The chair shot backward several feet until it slammed into her bedroom wall with a loud thud. We both screamed. Jordan jumped up from the chair like it was on fire. Her phone clattered onto the vanity, the camera now pointing at an awkward angle toward her ceiling and part of her wall. "What the actual hell?" I heard her yell from somewhere off camera. "Did you see that?" "Yes," I was practically shouting. "What happened? Are you okay?" Jordan's face appeared back on screen, her eyes wide with panic. Her hands were visibly shaking as she picked up her phone. "I didn't move it," she insisted, her voice cracking. "I swear, Megan, I didn't move it. The chair just pulled me backward." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. "Maybe it was the floor," I suggested weakly. "Like, maybe your floor is uneven or something." Even as I said it, I knew it made no sense. Floors don't suddenly become uneven and pull chairs across rooms. Jordan shook her head vigorously. "No way. Something pulled my chair. I felt it when it started going faster." We both fell silent for a moment, the only sound being our panicked breathing. Part of me wanted to hang up, to break the connection to whatever had just happened in Jordan's room. But another part of me was terrified to leave her alone with whatever that was. "Should you call your mom?" I asked, trying to sound calmer than I felt. Jordan glanced at her bedroom door. "She'll think I'm being dramatic. You know how she is." She took a deep breath, visibly trying to compose herself. "It's probably nothing. Maybe there was something stuck to the wheels of the chair or something." We both knew that wasn't it, but I nodded anyway. Sometimes pretending things are normal is easier than facing the alternative. "I need to take out my trash anyway," she said suddenly. "Mom will be mad if I don't do it before she gets home." "Are you sure you should go downstairs alone?" I asked. "It's fine," she said, though she didn't sound convinced. "Just stay on the call, okay? I'll be right back." She propped her phone up on the vanity, giving me a view of her empty bedroom. The chair was still against the wall, where it had slammed into it. The fairy lights cast weird shadows across the room, making ordinary objects look distorted and strange. Being left alone to stare at her empty room made my skin crawl. I could see her bed with its purple comforter, her dresser covered in hair accessories and makeup she wasn't supposed to wear yet, posters of whatever boy band we were obsessed with that month. All perfectly normal teenage girl stuff, but after what I'd just witnessed, the normalcy felt like a thin veneer covering something deeply wrong. I heard Jordan's footsteps fade as she went downstairs. The house creaked. Or at least, I thought it was the house. Looking back now, I think that was the moment when whatever was in that room was getting ready. I was just about to call out for Jordan to hurry up when it happened. From the top of my screen, which would have been the ceiling of Jordan's room, something dropped down into the frame. It took my brain a second to process what I was seeing. It was a rope, a thick, coarse-looking rope, hanging down from somewhere above the camera's view. But not just any rope, it was tied into a noose. The noose swayed slightly, as if someone had just dropped it from above. It hung there, perfectly centered in the frame, like whoever or whatever had placed it there wanted to make sure I saw it clearly. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just stared at my phone screen, at this impossible thing that couldn't be there but was. The noose swung gently back and forth, almost hypnotic in its movement. Then it jerked suddenly, as if being pulled up slightly and released again. That's when I screamed. I screamed so loud my throat hurt instantly. I slammed my finger on the end call button and threw my phone across the bed like it was poisonous. My whole body was shaking. I sat there in my suddenly too quiet bedroom, gasping for breath, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. It wasn't possible. There was no way that rope had been in Jordan's room, no reason for a noose to suddenly appear when no one was there. My phone started ringing almost immediately. Jordan's face popped up on my screen. I stared at it, my finger hovering over the answer button. What if it wasn't Jordan? What if it was something else? After 4 rings, I finally answered, but I couldn't bring myself to look directly at the screen. "Megan?" Jordan's voice came through, sounding confused and slightly annoyed. "Why did you hang up? I was only gone for like 2 minutes." I tried to speak, but could only manage a choked sob. "What's wrong?" Her voice immediately shifted to concern. "Megan, what happened?" "There was..." I struggled to get the words out. "There was a rope." "What rope? What are you talking about?" I forced myself to look at the screen. It was just Jordan, standing in what looked like her kitchen, trash bags in hand. "A rope," I repeated, my voice steadier now but still shaking. "It dropped down from your ceiling, in front of the camera. It was tied like a noose, Jordan." Her face went completely blank. "That's not funny, Megan." "I'm not joking." Tears were streaming down my face now. "I swear to God, Jordan. A rope with a noose tied in it just dropped down in front of your camera while you were downstairs. It was swinging there, right in the middle of the screen." She stared at me for a long moment, then suddenly turned and started walking quickly. The camera bounced and jostled as she ran up the stairs. I heard her breathing hard. "There's no rope in my room, Megan," she said as she pushed her door open. The camera swung around to show her bedroom, exactly as it had been, minus the rope. "See? Nothing." "Look up," I insisted. "Check the ceiling." She flipped the camera around so I could see her turning in a slow circle, pointing her phone upward to show me the ceiling. There was nothing there. No rope, no hooks or attachments where a rope could have been hung. Just her white ceiling with the glow-in-the-dark stars we'd put up together in 5th grade. "Do you even have any rope in your house?" I asked, desperate for some explanation. "No," she said firmly. "Dad doesn't keep that stuff in the house. You know he's all about calling professionals for everything." I did know that. Jordan's dad was notorious for refusing to do any DIY projects. He didn't even own a proper toolbox. "But I saw it," I insisted, my voice small. "I really saw it, Jordan." She was quiet for a moment. "I believe you saw something," she finally said. "After what happened with the chair, I don't know what's going on, but I believe you saw something." We stayed on the call for another hour, both too freaked out to hang up. Jordan sat on her bed instead of going back to her vanity. Neither of us mentioned that the chair was still pushed against the wall, exactly where it had slammed earlier. That night, I slept with all the lights on. When my parents came home and found me curled up in a ball on the couch instead of in my bed, I made up some excuse about falling asleep watching TV. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what had happened. What could they have done anyway? They would have just said it was my imagination or a glitch in the video call. The next day at school, Jordan and I could barely look at each other. It was like acknowledging what had happened would make it more real somehow. But after a few days, we started talking about it in whispers during lunch or sleepovers. We've spent 11 years trying to explain what happened that night. We've researched everything from paranormal phenomena to optical illusions to technical glitches. Nothing explains both the chair moving on its own and the noose appearing out of nowhere. Jordan moved out of that house when we were 16. Her parents got divorced and her mom wanted a fresh start. Neither of us were sad to see that bedroom go. We're 24 now, and sometimes when we've had a few drinks, we still bring it up. "Remember that FaceTime call?" one of us will say, and the other will just nod. We don't need to elaborate. Some things you just can't forget, no matter how much time passes. To this day, I hate video calls. I refuse to FaceTime anyone except Jordan, and even then, I get a knot in my stomach every time. I'm always watching the background, looking for movement, for something that shouldn't be there. I still don't know what we experienced that night. Was it something demonic, a ghost, some kind of glitch in reality? All I know is that it was real, it happened, and not a day goes by that I don't think about that rope dropping into frame, swinging gently back and forth, as if inviting me to an end I still can't comprehend. Story 18. I was 17 when I started babysitting for the Lawrences on Maple Drive. The money was good, $15 an hour, which was way more than my friends were making at their retail jobs. The family seemed normal enough. 2 working parents with demanding careers, 1 6-year-old boy named Ethan, and 2 golden retrievers, Bella and Max. I still remember walking into that house for the first time. Mrs. Lawrence gave me the tour, showing me where everything was. The emergency numbers on the fridge, Ethan's favorite snacks, the dog's food. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary, but something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was this heaviness in the air, like the feeling right before a thunderstorm. I brushed it off as first-day jitters. I'd babysat plenty of times before, but never in a house that big, or for a family I didn't already know through my parents. But by the end of that first night, I knew it wasn't just nerves. The dogs wouldn't stop pacing. They'd walk in circles around the living room, their nails clicking against the hardwood floors. Every few minutes they'd freeze and stare. At the hallway leading upstairs, their ears perked up like they heard something. Then they'd whimper and continue their endless circling. "They're just a little anxious," Mrs. Lawrence had explained during my orientation. "Both on Prozac, if you can believe it. The vet says it's separation anxiety, but it doesn't seem to help much." That first night, Ethan wouldn't go to sleep. He screamed and cried when I told him it was bedtime, clinging to me with a desperation that seemed excessive, even for a child who didn't want to go to bed. "I don't want to be alone," he sobbed. "The ceiling man will come." I asked him what he meant, but he just shook his head and cried harder. I stayed with him until he fell asleep, reading book after book, even though Mrs. Lawrence had told me he usually went down easily. When he finally drifted off, I felt a wave of relief that quickly turned to dread as I realized I had to leave his room and walk down the upstairs hallway alone. I'm not someone who scares easily. I've watched horror movies since I was 12 and never had a problem sleeping afterward. But something about that upstairs hallway made my skin crawl. It felt colder than the rest of the house, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me from the shadows. I turned on every light as I made my way back downstairs, and once I reached the living room, I turned on the TV for background noise. The dogs stayed by my side for the rest of the night, occasionally getting up to stare at the stairs before returning to press against my legs. I told myself they were just weird dogs, and Ethan was just a kid with an overactive imagination, but I felt it too. That prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the constant urge to look over my shoulder. I texted my mom that night and told her the place gave me the creeps, but I needed the money. She told me to trust my instincts, but also reminded me that I'd be paying for my own gas and insurance soon, so maybe stick it out for a while if I could handle it. I decided I could handle it. It was just a house after all, just my imagination running wild. The second time I babysat, things got worse. The dogs were even more agitated, barking at empty corners and refusing to go upstairs at all. Ethan had another meltdown at bedtime. "Please don't make me," he begged, his little face red and streaked with tears. "I'll be good. I promise, I'll be good." It broke my heart. I asked him again about the ceiling man, but he just shook his head violently. "I'm not supposed to talk about him," he whispered. "It makes him mad." I felt a chill run through me, but tried not to show it. "Who told you not to talk about him?" "He did," Ethan said, his voice barely audible. "He whispers at night." I stayed with him again until he fell asleep, this time leaving his nightlight and the hallway light on. As I got up to leave, I felt that same horrible sensation, like something was in the room with us. I hurried out, nearly running down the stairs, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The dogs were waiting at the bottom of the stairs, both whining. Max had his tail tucked between his legs. I spent the rest of that evening with every light in the downstairs turned on, constantly checking the stairs. I tried to tell myself I was being ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. I kept taking the babysitting jobs because I really did need the money, and I figured I was just letting my imagination get the best of me. But each time, the feeling got stronger. Sometimes I'd be sitting on the couch and suddenly feel like someone was standing right behind me. I'd spin around, heart racing, but there was never anyone there. One night, about a month into the job, I was in the kitchen making myself a sandwich after putting Ethan to bed. The dogs started growling, which was new. They were anxious, yes, but never aggressive. I turned around to see them both staring at the doorway to the dining room, hackles raised. "What is it, guys?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. They didn't move, just kept growling low in their throats. Then Max let out a sharp bark and bolted under the table. Bella followed him a second later. I felt the air change, like the pressure had dropped suddenly. The kitchen felt 10 degrees colder, and I could see my breath clouding in front of my face. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. As the screen lit up, I caught a glimpse of something in the doorway. Just a shadow, or what looked like one. But it was darker than the darkness around it. It seemed to absorb the light from my phone, and then, as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. The lights came back on, and the room returned to its normal temperature. The dogs came out from under the table, still whining but no longer growling. I checked the circuit breaker, thinking it might have been a power surge, but everything seemed fine. I didn't tell the Lawrences about it. What would I say? "I think your house might be haunted." They'd think I was crazy, and I'd lose the job, so I kept quiet. But I started dreading those nights at the Maple Drive house. Ethan's behavior got worse too. He'd wake up screaming in the middle of the night, claiming someone was in his room. I'd rush in to find him huddled under his blankets, shaking uncontrollably. "He was here," he'd sob. "The ceiling man was here." I asked Mrs. Lawrence about it one day when she got home, trying to sound casual. "Ethan seems to have a lot of nightmares," I said. "Has he always had trouble sleeping?" She sighed, running a hand through her hair. "Only in this house. We moved here when he was 4, and he's been like this ever since. The pediatrician says it's just a phase, but..." She trailed off, looking tired. "It's been 2 years. I'm starting to think we should see a specialist." I wanted to ask if she'd ever felt anything strange in the house, but I bit my tongue. It wasn't my place, and I didn't want to put ideas in her head or make her think I was unstable. The night that still haunts me happened in October, about 3 months after I started. It was raining heavily, and there had been warnings about possible thunderstorms. Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence were at a charity event and said they might be late. They told me I could sleep in the guest room if I wanted, rather than driving home in the storm. I wasn't thrilled about staying overnight, but the rain was coming down in sheets, and I knew my old Honda didn't handle well in bad weather. I agreed, figuring I'd be fine for one night. Ethan went to bed surprisingly easily that evening. He was exhausted from a field trip at school, and for once didn't fight me on bedtime. The dogs were acting strange, though, even for them. They kept running to the front door and then back to me, whining the whole time. "What's wrong? Need to go out?" I asked. But when I opened the door, they backed away, refusing to step outside. Around 10, the storm picked up. Lightning flashed across the sky, followed by booming thunder that shook the windows. The power flickered but stayed on. I texted the Lawrences to see if they were on their way home, and Mrs. Lawrence replied that they were staying at a hotel downtown because of the weather. She asked if I was okay staying the night, and I said yes, even as a part of me screamed to get out of that house. I tried to distract myself with TV, but nothing held my attention. The dogs had finally settled down, both lying at my feet, though they'd occasionally lift their heads and look toward the stairs. Around midnight, I decided to try to get some sleep. The guest room was on the first floor, thankfully, so I wouldn't have to go upstairs. I got ready for bed, keeping the bathroom door open because I couldn't stand the thought of not being able to see the rest of the house. Just as I was about to turn off the lights, I heard a thump from upstairs. I froze, listening intently. It could have been anything, the house settling, something falling over in the wind. But then I heard it again. Thump, thump, like footsteps. The dogs heard it too. They both scrambled up and started barking frantically at the ceiling. My heart was racing as I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911 if needed. Then I remembered Ethan was upstairs. "Ethan!" I called out, my voice shaking. "Are you okay?" No response, but the thumping continued. It sounded like it was coming from his room. I had to check on him, even though every instinct told me to stay put. I slowly climbed the stairs, the dogs refusing to follow me. The hallway was dark except for the nightlight plugging into an outlet midway down. As I approached Ethan's room, the thumping stopped. I pushed his door open gently. "Ethan?" He was fast asleep in his bed, blankets pulled up to his chin, breathing deeply. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. As I turned to leave, I caught movement from the corner of my eye, up on the ceiling. I looked up, and my blood turned to ice. There was a dark shape spread across the ceiling, like a shadow but three-dimensional. It seemed to be clinging there, stretched out directly above Ethan's bed. It had no distinct features I could make out, just a darker patch against the white ceiling, but somehow I knew it was looking at me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even scream. The shape shifted slightly, rippling across the ceiling like oil on water. Then, slowly, a section of it began to extend downward, reaching toward the sleeping child. That broke my paralysis. I lunged forward, grabbed Ethan and pulled him from the bed. He woke up confused and scared as I ran with him out of the room. I slammed the door shut behind us and raced downstairs. The boy clutched tightly in my arms. "The ceiling man," he whimpered against my shoulder. "I told you." The dogs were going crazy when we reached the bottom of the stairs, barking and jumping and spinning in circles. I grabbed my car keys, wrapped Ethan in a blanket from the couch, and headed for the door. I didn't care about the storm anymore. We weren't staying in that house. Just as I reached for the doorknob, the lights went out. All of them at once. Even my phone screen went dark, though I hadn't touched it. The darkness was absolute. And in that darkness, I felt it. The same presence that had been watching me for months, but stronger now, angry. The air felt thick, hard to breathe. The dog's barking turned to whimpers, then silence. "Rachel," Ethan's small voice came from my arms. "Something's behind us." I didn't turn around, couldn't. My hand fumbled for the doorknob, finally finding it and twisting. The door swung open and rain and wind hit us like a physical force. I stumbled out onto the porch, nearly slipping on the wet wood. As soon as we crossed the threshold, my phone lit up again. The porch light flickered on, though I knew the power was out inside. I ran to my car, put Ethan in the passenger seat, and drove to the nearest place I could think of, a 24-hour diner about 5 minutes away. I called the Lawrences from there and made up a story about a tree branch hitting the house and scaring us. They came back immediately, thanked me for keeping Ethan safe, and never questioned why we'd really left. I never babysat for them again. I told them I'd gotten a part-time job at the mall, which was true, though I'd specifically sorted out to have an excuse. For years, I never told anyone what really happened that night. I convinced myself it was stress, an overactive imagination, maybe even some kind of shared hallucination between me and a suggestible child. Then, 3 years later, I was home from college for the summer. My mom mentioned she'd been pet-sitting for a family on Maple Drive while they were on vacation. "Nice house," she said, casually. "But there's something off about it. The dogs act so strange, and I always feel like someone's watching me." My blood ran cold. "The Lawrences? With the golden retrievers?" She nodded. "How did you know?" "I used to babysit for them," I said quietly. Did you ever feel anything weird upstairs?" My mom's face changed, her casual expression dropping away. "I never go upstairs if I can help it," she admitted. "It feels wrong up there, like something's waiting." We stared at each other, the realization dawning that we'd both felt it independently, never having discussed it before. Whatever was in that house on Maple Drive, it wasn't just in my head. I still drive by sometimes. They've painted it a different color, but it looks the same otherwise. The Lawrences moved out about a year after my last night there. I've often wondered if the new owners feel it too, or if the thing that lived on their ceiling followed the family to their new home. I'll never know, and honestly, I never want to set foot in that house again to find out. Story 19. I've never really told anyone outside my family about this stuff. It's hard to know where to begin, because I've been dealing with these weird experiences my entire life. I guess I should start by saying I'm 16 now, and I live in a small town in Ohio where everyone knows everyone's business. My mom says our family has always been sensitive to things others can't see or feel, but sometimes I wish we weren't. The first thing I remember happening was when I was about 4. I woke up in the middle of the night needing to use the bathroom. My bedroom was at the end of this long hallway that always felt colder than the rest of the house. As I stepped out of my room, I saw this tall, dark figure standing at the other end of the hall. It wasn't just a shadow, it was darker than dark, if that makes sense. Like it was absorbing all the light around it. I remember freezing completely, too scared to move. After what felt like forever, it just walked into my parents' bedroom and disappeared. When I told my mom the next morning, she got this weird look on her face. That's when she told me about Benny. Benny would have been my older sister, but she was stillborn 3 years before I was born. Mom said they never even got to bring her home, but weird things started happening in our house right after she died. According to my mom, when I was only a month old, she heard someone singing "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" through the baby monitor. She ran to my room thinking my dad was in there, but I was completely alone, sleeping peacefully in my crib. The singing stopped as soon as she opened the door. My dad was downstairs watching TV the whole time. The creepiest part is that "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" was the song my mum used to sing to her pregnant belly when she was carrying Benny. She swears she never sang it to me because it made her too sad. Over the years, little things would happen. Toys would turn on by themselves, doors would open and close, and sometimes we'd hear footsteps when nobody was moving. My mom always just said, "That's just Benny saying hello," like it was no big deal. I kind of got used to it. But then there was the incident with my grandma's cat, Mittens. I was about 7 when Mittens died. She was this old grey cat that had been around forever. 2 days after she died, I saw her walking down our hallway. I remember calling out, "Mittens?" and she looked right at me before disappearing into the wall. When I told my grandma, she just patted my hand and said, "She's just checking on you, sweetie." My dad rolled his eyes and told me I had an overactive imagination, but my mum and grandma exchanged this knowing look. That's when my grandma first told me about the denim man. According to her, there's been this figure dressed head to toe in denim, denim jeans, denim jacket, even a denim hat that's been following our family for generations. My great-grandmother first saw him standing at the foot of her bed in 1968. She thought it was her husband coming home late from work, but when she turned on the light, no one was there. After that, he started showing up everywhere. The thing about the denim man is that he's never done anything threatening. He just watches. My mom saw him countless times growing up, usually just glimpses of him walking from one room to another or standing in a corner. The weirdest part is that some of her friends saw him too. There was this one time when my mom was 19 and out with her friends at some local bar. Her friend Tricia went to the bathroom and came running back saying there was a man in a full denim outfit standing in the hallway staring at her. When they all went to look, no one was there. Later that night, they were all looking through photos they'd taken, and there he was, a blurry figure in the background of one photo, wearing what looked like denim from head to toe. I didn't really believe it until I started experiencing it myself. It was last winter when things got really intense. My parents had gone out for their anniversary dinner, and I was home alone working on a history project. Our house is pretty old, built in the 1940s, and it makes all kinds of noises, especially when the heat kicks on. I was used to the creaks and groans, but that night was different. I was sitting at the kitchen table with my books spread out when I realized I'd left my notebook upstairs. As I was heading up, I heard what sounded like footsteps above me. At first I thought maybe one of our cats had knocked something over, but both cats were downstairs with me. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, suddenly afraid to go up. "Hello!" I called out, feeling stupid because I knew no one was home. There was no answer, but the footsteps stopped. I took a deep breath and forced myself to go upstairs, telling myself I was being ridiculous. My bedroom door was closed, which was weird because I always leave it open for the cats. When I pushed it open, the room was freezing cold, like see your breath cold, even though the rest of the house was warm. My window was closed, and the vent was pumping out heat. I grabbed my notebook quickly and turned to leave when I noticed something strange on my bed. My bracelet was sitting right in the middle of my pillow. The thing is, I'd been looking for that bracelet for weeks. It was my grandma's, and I'd been wearing it the day she died last year. I'd torn my room apart looking for it, convinced I'd lost it forever. Yet there it was, perfectly placed on my pillow like someone had just put it there. As I reached for it, I heard a sound like fabric rustling behind me. I spun around and saw nothing, but I felt something, a presence. The air seemed heavier somehow, and I could have sworn I smelled something like old cigarettes and aftershave, the same smell that used to linger around my grandpa, who died when I was 10. I grabbed the bracelet and ran downstairs, refusing to go back up until my parents got home. I didn't tell them what happened because I knew my dad would just say I was being dramatic, and my mom would get that worried look she gets whenever I mention anything unusual. After that night, things started disappearing regularly. My phone would vanish from my desk, only to reappear in the refrigerator. My favorite hoodie went missing for 3 days before showing up neatly folded on the porch swing outside. My history textbook disappeared right before a big test and then materialized in my locker at school, which had been locked the whole time. My mom finally told me about the denim man's habit of borrowing things. She said it had happened to her grandmother, her mother, and to her growing up. The only way to get your stuff back was to say out loud, I need that back now, please. Usually the item would reappear within 24 hours. I tried it with my missing AirPods last month. They'd been gone for 2 days when I stood in the middle of my room and said, feeling completely stupid, I need my AirPods back now, please. The next morning, they were on my nightstand, even though I'd checked there at least 10 times. But yesterday was the closest encounter I've ever had, and I'm still shaking thinking about it. I was home alone again, taking a shower before bed. I had music playing on my phone and was singing along when the bathroom suddenly got cold. The shower curtain was partially see-through, and I could see a dark shape through it, standing just on the other side. At first, I thought it was one of my parents, so I called out, "I'll be done in a minute." No response. The shape didn't move. It just stood there, and I could make out what looked like the outline of a person wearing a hat. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I shut off the water and reached for my towel, which was hanging just outside the shower curtain. As I reached out, I saw a hand, a man's hand, push my towel closer to me. The hand was weathered, with prominent veins, and the sleeve of what looked like a denim jacket was visible at the wrist. I grabbed the towel and pulled it into the shower, too terrified to pull back the curtain. I wrapped myself up and finally got the courage to peek out. There was no one there, but the bathroom door was wide open. I always close and lock it when I shower. On the counter was a small, smooth stone I'd never seen before. It was deep blue, almost the color of faded denim. I got dressed in record time and ran to my room, locking the door behind me. I called my mum, who was at my aunt's house, and tried to sound casual as I asked when she'd be home. She must have heard the panic in my voice because she came home right away. When I told her what happened, she didn't dismiss it or act surprised. She just nodded and said, "He's never shown himself that clearly to me before." Then she showed me something I'd never seen, a small wooden box she kept in her closet. Inside were 5 smooth stones, all the same deep blue color as the one I'd found in the bathroom. She said she'd received her first one when she was 16 too, the same age I am now. According to my grandma's journals, which my mom brought out last night, the denim man was supposedly a distant relative who died in a mining accident in the 1920s. He was wearing his work clothes, all denim, when the mine collapsed. The story goes that he had unfinished business with the family and has been watching over us ever since. My mum thinks the blue stones are his way of protecting us. She says every woman in our family gets them at important moments in their lives, when they turn 16, when they get married, when they have their first child. My great-grandmother had collected 7 by the time she died. I don't know what to make of all this. Part of me is terrified. I mean, a ghost literally handed me my towel yesterday. But another part of me is curious. If the denim man has been with our family for generations, why? What does he want? Is he somehow connected to Benny too? Tonight, I'm going to try something. I've set up my phone to record my room while I sleep. I've also left a note on my desk that says, "If you can, please show me who you are." Next to it, I placed the blue stone. I can hear my floorboards creaking right now, even though everyone else is asleep. There's a heaviness in the air that wasn't there before, and that familiar smell of cigarettes and aftershave is getting stronger. The temperature in my room is dropping. I can see my breath now. My desk lamp just flickered, and I swear I just heard someone humming "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" very softly. Something's sliding across my desk. The blue stone is moving on its own, like someone's pushing it with their finger. It's spelling out letters. My door just opened by itself. There's a tall figure standing in my doorway, wearing what looks like denim. I can't see a face, just darkness where the head should be. The stone on my desk just stopped moving after spelling out BENNY. Oh God, he's walking toward me now. I don't know what to... Story 20. I still remember it like it was yesterday, even though it happened when I was only 5 or 6 years old. It was 1984, I think, maybe 85, living in Collierville, Tennessee, in that small two-bedroom house on a dead-end street. Our neighborhood wasn't anything fancy, just a quiet place with modest homes and big yards, the kind of place where kids could play outside until the streetlights came on. My dad was always telling us about how our house sat near where an old Civil War hospital used to be. I didn't really understand what that meant back then, but I remember how excited he'd get whenever we'd dig up something in the yard. And we found stuff all the time. Seriously, you couldn't plant a flower without hitting some piece of history. Rusty metal things my dad called Minier balls, little glass bottles that he said doctors used for medicine, metal buttons with weird designs on them. Once, my dad even found something he called a cannonball, which was just this heavy metal ball that I wasn't allowed to touch. Dad would clean everything up and put it in this special display case in our living room. He'd tell anyone who came over about how soldiers had walked right where our house stood, how men had died and been treated in this very spot. As a kid, I didn't think much about it. It was just normal to me that our yard was full of old stuff. Anyway, this happened on a weekday afternoon in early fall. I remember because it was warm enough that the windows were open, but cool enough that Mom had made me put on a long-sleeve shirt that morning. My sister was still at school. She was in 3rd grade and got home later than me since I was only in kindergarten. Dad was at work at the bank downtown. I'd gotten home from school maybe an hour earlier. Mom had given me a snack, peanut butter crackers and a glass of milk, and then I went to play in my room while she folded laundry in the living room. I could hear the TV going, probably one of her soap operas. Our house was tiny, so you could pretty much hear everything from anywhere. My bedroom was small, with just enough space for my twin bed, a dresser, and a small area of carpet where I could play with my toys. I had this huge collection of Hot Wheels cars that I was obsessed with. I'd line them up in rows, organize them by color, have races across the carpet. That day, I was on my hands and knees, making little engine noises as I pushed a red Camaro across the floor when something blocked the light. At first, I thought it was just Mom checking on me, but when I looked up, I saw a black boot. Not like work boots or cowboy boots, but old-fashioned looking, like the kind you see in history books. They were dusty. I remember that clearly. I raised my head higher, following the boots up to black pants, then a long black coat that went almost to the knees, and then all the way up to see a man wearing a tall black hat, like Abraham Lincoln in my picture books, but taller and more narrow. The weird thing is, I can't remember his face. I know I looked right at it, but when I try to picture it now, there's just nothing there. Not blankness, not darkness, just I can't recall it. It's like trying to remember a dream that slips away the moment you wake up, but I wasn't scared. That's the strangest part of all of this. You'd think a little kid finding a strange man in his bedroom would freak out, but I didn't. I just stood up, still holding my little red Camaro, and looked at him. He didn't say anything, didn't move. He just stood there. But somehow, I got the feeling he was friendly. Like when you meet someone new and just get a good vibe from them. After a few seconds, or maybe it was longer, time felt weird. I turned and walked to the living room. Mom was sitting on the couch folding towels, Days of Our Lives playing on the TV. "Mom," I said, completely calm, "who's the man playing in my room?" The look on her face is something I'll never forget. It was like all the blood drained from her cheeks at once. She dropped the towel she was folding and was across the room in what seemed like one step. She grabbed me by the shoulders, her fingers digging in a little too tight. "What man, Ryan? What are you talking about?" Her voice had this edge to it I'd never heard before. "The man in my room, the one with the tall black hat." She scooped me up. I was small for my age, and practically ran out the front door. She didn't even grab her keys or purse, just bolted across our front yard to Mrs. Wilkins' house next door. Mrs. Wilkins was this older lady who babysat me sometimes when Mom had errands to run. Mom pounded on her door, still holding me tight against her hip. When Mrs. Wilkins opened the door, Mom was talking so fast I could barely understand her. Something about calling my dad and calling the police. Mrs. Wilkins let us in, and Mom set me down on the couch but kept her hand firmly on my shoulder the whole time. Mrs. Wilkins called my dad at work, and I remember hearing her saying things like intruder and Ryan saw someone. Dad must have left work immediately because he showed up at Mrs. Wilkins' house in what seemed like minutes, even though his office was at least 20 minutes away. Dad didn't wait for the police. He grabbed a baseball bat from our garage and went into our house to check. I sat on Mrs. Wilkins' floral sofa between Mom and Mrs. Wilkins, eating cookies and not understanding why everyone was so upset. Mom kept asking me questions. Did he touch you? Did he say anything to you? How did he get in? I just kept saying no, he didn't do anything. He was just standing there when I found him. And no, I wasn't scared. He seemed nice. Dad came back about 15 minutes later, looking confused and a little angry. There's nobody in the house, he said. I checked everywhere. Closets, under the beds, behind the shower curtain. Windows are all locked from the inside, back doors still locked with the chain on. Nobody could have gotten out without unlocking it. The police showed up not long after. 2 officers, one older with a mustache and a younger guy who kept calling me Buddy. They went through our house too, checking all the same places Dad had already looked. They found nothing, no signs of forced entry, no muddy footprints, nothing moved or taken. They asked me a bunch of questions, and I told them the same thing I'd told Mom and Dad. There was a man in a tall black hat and a long coat in my room. No, I wasn't scared. No, he didn't say anything or touch me. The older cop knelt down in front of me. Son, are you sure you saw a man? Maybe it was a shadow from a tree outside your window, or maybe you fell asleep and had a dream. I remember being frustrated that nobody believed me. I wasn't sleeping. He was standing right there. He had dusty boots. The cops eventually left. They told my parents to check all the locks and call if anything else happened. Dad installed new deadbolts on all the doors that weekend, and Mom wouldn't let me play in my room alone for weeks. That night, after everything had calmed down, I overheard my parents talking in the kitchen. What do you think? Dad asked. Kids have imaginary friends all the time. Ryan doesn't make things up, John, Mom said. And you should have seen his face when he told me. He wasn't making it up. He really saw something. But what? The house was empty. No one could have gotten in or out without us noticing. I don't know, Mom said, but this is the same spot where that hospital was during the war. All those soldiers. Dad didn't say anything to that. I never saw the man in the black hat again, but for months afterward, I'd sometimes feel like someone was watching me in my room. Not in a scary way, just present. I'd look up from playing, expecting to see those dusty boots again, but there was never anything there. As I got older, I started to wonder if maybe I had imagined it. Kids have vivid imaginations after all, but every time I'd suggest that maybe it hadn't been real, my mum would get this serious look and say, Ryan, I've never seen you more certain of anything in your life. You weren't making it up. Over the years, we'd occasionally bring it up at family gatherings. Remember the time Ryan saw the ghost? Someone would say, and everyone would get quiet for a moment. My sister, who wasn't home when it happened, always complained that she missed all the excitement. We moved away from that house when I was 9, after Dad got a job in Nashville. I remember feeling sad to leave, like I was abandoning someone, which is weird because it was just a house, right? I'm in my 40s now, with kids of my own. I've always been pretty skeptical about supernatural stuff. UFOs, Bigfoot ghosts. I tend to think there's usually a rational explanation for most things. But I've never been able to explain what happened that day. Sometimes I'll see a man in an old-fashioned hat in a movie or a history book, and I'll get this chill up my spine. Not fear exactly, but recognition, like I'm seeing an old friend from far away. I've researched the history of Collierville since then, There really was a Confederate field hospital near where our house stood. Hundreds of soldiers died there after the Battle of Collierville in 1863. Sometimes I wonder if one of them was still hanging around, checking in on the little boy playing with toy cars where men had once suffered and died. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I know what I saw that day. A man in a tall black hat and a long black coat, standing in my bedroom in a house where no stranger could have entered. And somehow, instead of being terrified, I felt like he was there to protect me. It's been almost 40 years, and I still can't explain it. I probably never will.